when those lobbies were private and everyone wanted to play safe, everyone wanted those points. They're just going into public lobbies, as we said, and really people don't really maybe even notice that they're there, but maybe they gotta hope that they feel they're there after they're done with it, because big wins, as you said, when you get those 10 to 12 points, or 20 to 12 kills worth of points, should I say, those really stack up. And of course, keep in mind, it's not even just the Vietnam finals that these players are playing for, it's of course also the global finals that these players are playing for too.
Yeah, and I mean, I've seen 2 of these finals. It's your first one, I know that, Highland Wolf, but the 2 that I've seen, I mean, you have these moments where, because we have the 2 influencers playing with a particular player, no, different players, but 1 out of 4 of the players qualifying from the qualifiers, they play simultaneously. There were so many times, it's like 2 or 3 times to say the least, when both sides died pretty early. We talk about where those kills come from, and of course, the first thing that most players would think about, it's hot drops, right? You go to Pachinki, you go to Raza, but my oh my, like those spots have done so much damage to the power factor of some of these players that you have no idea. I mean, for influencers, you've got 4 chances because you rotate through all the 4 players qualified from before both influencers A and B. In this scenario, we've got Pankun and Tian Zombie. So, but for the players, it's only 2 opportunities, Island Wolf, and you cannot bear to screw them up.
That's what's so important and crucial about it, right? Is if you say that players have had these bad games, right, you lose out on so many points. Keep in mind, it's also very similar to what we saw in the qualifiers. We're looking for that consistency not through just a one game alone. We're looking for it from both their games, as we saw through in the qualifiers. Now, we know that all 4 of these players can have that consistency. We've already seen that, as we say, in the qualifiers. Now is to see if they can do that under higher pressure, though, because they're not just fighting, as we said, around their own region. They're fighting now at the finals for the pressure of the influences. We get to see them on the first game. But first, we're going to skip to a quick ad break, and then we'll see you there.
Cryptocurrencies, it's like a virtual money. You can store it, you can spend it, transfer it, you can store it for short term or long term, like an investment. But overall speaking, it's like a virtual money. You can use it to buy things either online or offline. The only difference is that cryptocurrencies are quite new compared to fiat money. Bitcoin Vault, it's a cryptocurrency. It's like any other cryptocurrency there is on the market, except one difference. The difference is quite huge because in Bitcoin Vault, we allow users to reverse a transaction. It means that if you make a mistake, if you send money to the wrong address, or you just simply change your mind, you can reverse the transaction. It's quite the opposite with other cryptocurrencies, where you send the money and it's sent. It's already gone from your wallet. In our case, you have 24 hours to make a decision, to change your decision, if you want to proceed with your transaction or you want to cancel it. Virtual cryptocurrency wallets allow user to store crypto, to store different kind of coins or tokens in like a virtual wallet. It's the same as your traditional wallet. You can have euro, dollars, Korean wons, whatever. In a crypto wallet, you have the same, but you store cryptocurrencies online or offline in your virtual wallet.
皆さんこんにちは、源氏です。今回 PUBG モバイルの海外イベントSkillzVaultという大きなイベントに僕は参加しているんですが、世界中の e スポーツの選手が、この大会に集まり、盛り上げていこうというイベントなんですが、たくさんの人に見てもらいたいので、よければ、e スポーツに PUBG モバイルを楽しんでいて e スポーツに興味がない人でも、よかったら、一緒に見て盛り上げてもらえたらなと思っています。よかったらSkillzVaultをご覧ください。
A huge amount of time spent on developing a new security standard in crypto has paid off. In November 2020, the Bitcoin Vault 3-key security solution was launched on mainnet. Therefore, Bitcoin Vault has delivered on its promise to become a cryptocurrency allowing reversible transactions. It is time to move forward. In the coming years, the team behind Bitcoin Vault will focus on 6 work streams. Number 1. Development. Our main goal here will be to become a part of a decentralized application ecosystem revolving around Ethereum 2.0. That's why we want to create a wrapped version of Bitcoin Vault by the end of 2021. Number 2. Security. We have our own team of blockchain security experts who audit the code on a regular basis. It's better to be safe than sorry. That's why we stay ahead of dangers and potential loopholes or bugs in the system. We will work with external partners to apply any fixes necessary, perform penetration tests, and at some point work with community and white hats on blockchain security. Number 3. User experience. Bitcoin Vault apps will continue to improve. In the coming years, we will focus on collecting user feedback and applying it to redesign our products to make them user-friendly, convenient, and fresh. Number 4. Products. Along with IT development, we are strongly focusing on market adoption with new products in the pipeline. In 2021, we want to launch staking products with our partner support and connect the Bitcoin Vault ecosystem to fiat currencies. Number 5. Marketing. Awareness. This will be our marketing and communication focus for the next few years. Despite years of rapid development, only a small percentage of people around the world use crypto. It's time for a change. And last but not least, number 6. Quantum computing. The final work stream is more long-term. We are looking at quantum computing concepts with a lot of expectations. What would that mean for blockchain and distributed ledger technology? We will partner with public institutions and private businesses to find a new role for blockchain projects supporting emerging technologies. We cannot predict the future, but we can shape it. Join us. Find out more by visiting our website at btcv.com.
Tarzan for what could be a penultimate opening match here, of course, in the Vietnam finals. We have, as we said, Kwang Kung and Tien Zombie, and as well as our 4 players, Rocky, Zephyr, Achibo, and also Ghosty, alongside us playing for that prize money today. I mean, Tarzan, you've watched, okay, more of this Vietnam finals than me. I've only got to see, I believe, Zephyr play so far out of all of the Vietnam qualifiers. Who is it for you that is looking like the strongest coming in?
I'm gonna be honest, I have no idea. I kind of forgotten like some of, because okay, Okay, let me explain.
Yeah.
Right, this region so far has been filled with interesting moments, to say the least. We've got some of these funny moments as well, and it's almost like someone somehow stumbled across the qualification and got qualified. It's actually nothing like a crazy domination of like 10 kills, like 12 kills, or like really supreme display of talent. Like so far, it has more been the variety region yet. But of course, like alongside, since we've got so much of these funny moments or whatnot from the lobbies, we might have hidden in the secret source of these players. So I'm here to be seeing it with a fresh pair of eyes, like I always like to do. I try to, just assess play by play or whatnot, just break it down, and I think that's the best way to approach today.
It's like a good Tabasco sauce, right? It's nice and spicy.
Yes.
We don't know really what we're going to get, right, Tarzan, coming into these games today. So that is what is exciting about it. But also, to be fair, we could also just see some flops. And I think we've also got to be ready for that as well. But keep in mind, interestingly, whether one or two players flop inside of their games, the intriguing part of it is that you told me coming in pre-broadcast is actually the points are counted separately between the influencer and a player. So actually, even if the influencer drops, the player can still carry themselves on their own back.
I think that's the thing. Like, that's okay. Let's put some professional scene spin to this, right? Yes, you can carry your team to win, but personal stats, sometimes is the little like devil evil voice in your mind, right? Like, I can do this on my own stats. I can get more kills this way. Like, I will be, in the post-game graphic to say that I'm the top fragger when you're just like kill stealing everything, right? But so that is some sort of mentality that we have to fix through. But it has its grounds, right? If we quote that, it has its grounds. But of course, it's about setting up each other for success together, and just what. At least we can both bag 400 points if we make it towards the end. So that ain't too bad.
To be fair as well, if you just like us two in a match, I'd be like, Tarzan, you can like kind of knock the player, and then don't worry, I'll just take the kill. It's okay, Tarzan. I'll take the points.
I don't think that's how it
play,
works.
right?
Like, you can finish someone's knock, and then it's the
okay, then it'll be the other way around, right?
Yeah,
oh no, it's a different team, right? If you're a different team, so we actually need to just be separate teams entirely. So,
okay,
if we just like separate and we'll just go
Very
out,
competitive.
it needs to duo anyways, right? I mean, to be fair, it is stronger, as a duo, right? So if it can work with Krang, if it can work to Yan, that's of course what we're looking for, and of course keep in mind. It's not only the kills that matter, it's also the points, and that's where the majority of those points overall do come into play, is if you can get that first place. I believe it is 400 points, right, that you are getting. It's only 20-point drops going down the ways from first place until you get to about 10th, then you drop about 5 points or so on until you end up in 40th position, where you absolutely nothing past that point. But I mean, 40th is pretty hard to fall behind. I think as long as you said players, they can also hide, they can also play for that placement point. So there's an intriguing sense of strategy of when do you actually want to risk those kills, because we've also seen, particularly in the qualifiers, that those who went for those kills sometimes didn't actually end up with the best placement points, and that's why they aren't here today.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. Like, the format is actually interesting. Like, the more I think about it, like, first of all, you need to fight against each other, so you need to be better than each other. There's no surprise there, right? But this is where, like, SkillzVault is where we find sometimes the next star, and to give them confidence to go further. I mean, like, with the prize money or whatnot, like, you can invest in your own journey, like gear or like coaching, whatever you want. So you're basically first screening them out when they fight against each other, then bringing back to the usual training ground of a classic match to see how they demonstrate those skills. And suddenly it's like, it feels like home, but it's also not, right? Like, you have the stage pressure, but it's back to the bread and butter of a PUBG player.
That is very true indeed. But also, can you actually argue then? Because we see the old time argument, right? At least from the Western side, how many times have we heard it, Tarzan? Oh, these players, they played a little below, the tier 1 level, them or tier 2, tier 3 players that I'm up against. So I got a bit outdumbed by them. Is that really an excuse that you can use coming into today?
Yeah, that really triggered me in some way, but I'm joking. Yes, I guess like the thing is, once again, like I'm just going to see how well they got those kills, right? If it's a kill and it's a an AFK like player that you're killing, and it takes you 10 seconds, I would have serious issues, right? Like it would be like I don't. Yeah, like that's the thing. Like even in pro play, there's a concept of good kills, right? Like there's a difference between you doing so well that you get it, than someone making a mistake and you're just trying to take it. Yes, it's point either side, but of course, like we have our very strict standard from time to time. That is sometimes needed, like for the progression of the scene. Probably just from me, right? But yes, I think there's a lot to look out for. More than to be excited for, because I've seen some of these teams for in the past, and it was extremely tricky.
PMG 0-0 when it comes to skill level, right? With you, Tarzan.
Jesus, that's far.
I mean, that's what they're aiming for, right? So we gotta get there at one point. Why not just get them in now? Just chuck them in on the deep end of the pool.
Well. Okay, I'm gonna bring you back to Earth, right? Like you're 2 galaxies away.
I'm in space somewhere.
Yes, I mean you know what? I think it's a good time to have an event as well. Like you can see, we've got pro players a bit too busy to deal with their things. So-called pro league, like that, we are also casting on the side. So it's an interesting period, and we transition into the hype of the global championships. And there's one thing though, like speaking of baby pro player, we've got some pro level players in SkillzVault, and we've seen them in mostly the Korean region. But it's also about maybe them facing each other. There could be pro players that are just having some practice game, and they happen to be in the same lobby as our influencer and player, and they can actually destroy like our POV of that player. So that's extremely sad. But I'll tell you something, last thing before I pass it back to you. When we had the Japanese region finals, we actually have the luck of seeing the both duos, 2 pairs, actually entering the same lobby by coincidence. And it was so okay. They did not clash with each other. That's like the little bit that I would want, the extra oomph that we were looking for. But still, the chances are there, and that is just an extra bit of storyline. To be fair,
if they end up coming in the same lobby today, I'm going to be like, drop the same, because they gotta fight. I mean, imagine if one team took out the other early on. That's a major win on the board for them. We do jump in onto that first match itself. Very exciting to see how they will play out. Of course, we're Kranku and Zephyr already going to be in the same team together. So Zephyr is going to be the first one on the board with Kwang. But it is the first time as well. Don't forget that we're seeing our celebrities play. So I think not only is it a step up for, of course, our players, but there's also slight pressure, I would argue, on the celebrities to help carry them to that win that they're playing with.
I think it's actually decent pressure. Like when we watch Korean region from Dushuwapuku, he actually mostly... Okay, I feel like he's a great like celebrity star, but he's definitely not the most addicted to this game, because you could see that he looked a little bit lost, right? But he made it count sometimes in the key moments. Here, I'm not quite sure Kwang-kun, what's his level currently. I know for a fact that he has a huge following, and then he played this game in the past for sure, but he is more towards the variety side. And Georgia Paul, we love this spot, right? Like, seems like he knows the max jumps distance and know that, diagonal jump mechanic coming through for the best landing time. So there's micro things are at least slowly coming through. Not sure whether they are not following each other, so they are actually just doing their own bit. So Zavika here will need to just be a good teammate, I guess. Like some of these early game things that we'd like to talk about, and we'll vehicles. Give me them vehicles, you know, like just get those first so that you don't have to get sprayed down when you are going for it.
I think efficiency is also something we've got to really mention here, and we kind of touched on it, of course, in the pre-stage of this game, where players are dropping, as you can see already in that lobby. Keep in mind, it is only a normal lobby, a normal game that these players are being dropped into. Of course, we see their perspective inside of that, but they really have to be quick if they want those kill points. And I think is what we saw was a lot of these players who we tended to see come through and qualify into the finals. They got here because they were aggressive. They got here because they had those 5-6 kills a game in both of their matches in the qualification stage. Now that might not be the case. So do they have to then change up their playstyle to play maybe more similarly to a passive playstyle, or maybe even to the playstyle of what the celebrity wishes them to play?
Is a tricky one, right? It's just all in the open, kind of open on the table, or I should say. Yeah, like I mean, it's a classic match. Like, what I don't know what to expect. Like, you can actually be fighting someone in a crazy, intense, tight battle, very, very close, and you just have a bot appearing, literally spawn behind you, tap you once with, I don't know, like a pistol, and then you get knocked. Like, things like that can happen. And
I was thinking more like AWM, to be fair. Like, I was thinking more like just some crazy shenanigans like that.
Oh, I think we was okay. Like, if that both action comes in here, I would expect nothing less, because we all know that is basically the benchmark of an aggressive player. Right, in the classic match,
yes,
you go for drops, then you are deemed aggressive. It's as simple as that, right? Like, because people like to go around it, they camp for it, and you will find a similar type and see who's the better aggressive player, right? So, of course, right here, the macro game is always still important, but of course not as punishing compared to pro play if you get in the circle a little bit later. After all, it is just phase 1 3 minutes ago. That is a slow clock, and but yeah, 1600 meters for them to maneuver themselves through. Probably didn't have to do the point-to-point side of rotation, Han and Wolf. Like, they can just take their time, make sharp stops in between, see whether they can pick up a few kills on their way, and I think that's probably the best way to play this game.
I love the settings as well. I love the terrain. It really sets the mood, quite frankly, Tarzan, of really what could be quite a damp day for some of these players, but also the rise and the hope. Of course, once the rain clears, then comes out the sun, and the hope, as we said, of these players to rise up to the top. They've had what has been a hard competition so far. We can already see them searching for what could be their first series of kills. Quang and Zephyr will be the ones to jump out first. And of course, keep in mind, we still got Tien on the opposite end, also playing a simultaneous match at the same time. So even though Quang and Zephyr may be playing slow and consistent for the meantime, they had to get on the move. They had to keep in mind that there is another celebrity, there is another player also playing this game at the same time, and you can see that the way they are playing, going straight towards the center by the looks of their marker here, to go into the shelter point. I think very strong, to be fair, Tarzan, in the sense that actually shelter provides a lot of that cover, but also provides a lot of that open expanse around the location, to where if they are heading in there, they can potentially pick up a few kills.
You're trying to be the professor now. Like, this is actually, I want it to be slightly more entertaining, but you're absolutely right. You get what I mean? Because I'm thinking, okay, you are completely right. You've got a point there. But I'm thinking about, look at all these players sometimes, you know, like it's counter logic. Like, it's anti-macro. We can have these ideas outdumbing
it's all
each
a bait.
Like, why are we fighting here? Like, for example, and why are they driving so close to self-judgeable when they didn't have enough info around here? When they drive so close, someone can just spray them down. I mean, the winners of self-judgeable crates is always quite crazy, right? Because it's one of the hot drops. So we can really critique on these things, and I think it's best to see them getting occasionally punished, but not completely out, if I don't want to be a terrible person. And I think this is going to be an interesting fight, because if I'm the other team, I'll easily just take out the tires and then try to, find a way to flank around. And you can see tires are all gone now, so they are on foot, and that can't be good.
Yeah, slight misposition, I would argue, of their vehicle, right? It's slightly outside the crate, so they didn't keep it behind the cover of the crate yard itself. So they do lose out in their vehicle. I think a slight misplay coming through from Quan and Zephyr in the early game. But to be fair, they seem to be hunting for these kills. You know that there's players around, and we saw them jumping just meters away. But a major knock onto Quang, and it's already going to be over potentially for our first celebrity.
Wait, okay. Did Civic get taken out as well? Did they both die? I need to get some info from the production team because seems like it's just completely ended. Because spectator perspective, I think that's it.
Oh man,
wow.
What a shocker! First game, we've already seen the upset.
Okay, I didn't jinx them, right? It's a valid analytical point. You loot up, you flew past South Georgia Pole crates, and you did not get enough info on whether someone will be there. So part 1 of info game is done insufficiently. 2, driving too close can be easily punished, and then not hiding your car for escape strategy. So I think that is, if we analyze it to the very fine details, which we love doing, and that is probably the reason why they have suffered. And that, I think it's 0 points for both sides. Definitely not into placement point range. I don't think, it's
no kills.
Don't think we've seen any kills. So that is a really, really tough one. So if we have 2 players winning a game, then have another mediocre game, Seve is just basically out. Not out into the loser's bracket, but the price difference is a bit too huge. So sometimes, yes, I know you're following your star, a celebrity, maybe you are a huge fan, but they may not be the best players sometimes. Don't follow that call. Tell them, no, we don't go here.
Are you telling me, Kawan?
Just don't.
How can you criticize such a face of concentration of that man since the start of that match was insane. He was head down the moment we started that game.
It's turning philosophical, guys. We always don't know how to feel against someone so focused on doing the wrong thing. Okay, jokes aside. This is how we learn. This is how we learn. And that is, we've broken that down, and I think that makes a lot of sense, right? Early game, is very, very key. Someone would drop even earlier than you because they jump first, right, along that plane path. So they can, even if you take time to travel, but they have slightly more time to loot compared to you, and they probably have their little bit of fight. So I think, actually, if I've got question, if you've got that car, what's the next thing that you would do if you want to have a look around South Georgia crates to see what you can do?
See, personally, I think that if you're making a lot of sound in the early game, particularly with a car, it's quite risky, right? Because as you said yourself, it's one of the most hot drop contested locations. I mean, if they wanted to go drive to Chelsea, I think when they initially wanted to, that might have been the time to do it while other teams were still moving about and trying to find their position. But the real problem with their location was by the time they set up for the fights, right, they were on the edge. They had their backs turned to where they hadn't actually established, are there players behind us who can shoot us from the open on our weak side? Ended up being the case, yes. But also, as you mentioned, they gave away their vehicles. So they actually let everyone know, not only from behind them, but from another angle entirely where they were. Because when you park that vehicle, of course you know that there's going to be players there. Of course you know that you're getting rid of their escape strategy. So instead, what they actually found themselves was pinned and with nowhere to go, as you mentioned, in a location where there were so many players. Maybe, yes, you wanted to get those kills. We knew Zephyr was a very aggressive player coming in from the qualification stage, but I think it's a little bit too aggressive. And as you said, those minor mistakes, it can't be made if you're going to go to a place like South Georgia Pole in a classic match straight away.
Yep, that's enough breakdown. I mean, sometimes it's in those small moments, right? You have a thought and you just want to go for it. Yeah, you just want to go for it. And man, that didn't do them any good. And we should see the next match quite soon. I need to find out who's
yes.
playing in that one. I mean, maybe we've got a combination. We've got so many combinations. So not even a math question, right? How many combinations do we have if we have 2 influencers and four players? And obviously 8 is not 2 times 4.
Yes.
It's slightly more complicated. You need some rules when it comes to that. But if it's not going to go into math because oh my, like recently maths caused casted as like issues, and of course like right here we're not going to play that game too much.
Oh man, I mean numbers in words. There's a reason why I chose words over numbers. But we got into, you ever get to that point in school, Tarzan, where you get to like algebra and you're like, why is it letters? I thought this was numbers. I thought maths was all about numbers. Are you lying to me? English is maths? Is this what it all is come down to?
I guess you're right. Man. I think that's the thing, right? It's almost like when I was trained, like in uni or whatnot, then this is supposed to be science, right? Why are we doing maths? Why are we doing mechanics? Why are we doing physics? I thought I just did science so that I didn't have to do math. What do you mean? But then that's not really how the world works.
Debated.
Right? Debated, but it's about transferable skills, like so. Yeah, you need to know a little bit of everything. I think before we head into the next game, though, I think that's the thing. Like on a general note, like when you just compartmentalize and try to really force things into category, like both players, teams, like you talk about, like tier of teams or players, skills, areas, industries. Sometimes they have their issue, right? Like it forces you to maybe overgeneralize things, stigmatize things. So, you know what? I will learn to not feel like you are bad if you drive towards Georgiaport like that next time. Like, there is a world that it can work. Maybe it's the debate, as you say, like to the other players, and just make it work. That's the price that you may have to pay. Maybe they've got loads of meds, and maybe they can tank a little bit for ultimate reset, a patient game. So we don't know, but we are ready to be surprised further, and we've got a whole day to do that. Many matches, many mistakes, and montage-worthy plays to be made.
I mean, to be fair, if you do come out of Georgiaport and you get those kills, you get a good series of them on your board in the early game, and then you move your way towards Shell. So as we kind of saw them predict to potentially go there, I think that actually it could have worked out really well for Quan. It could have worked out really well for Zephyr, but it is very high risk, high reward. And I think that playing high risk, high reward, yes, is a great strategy if it works out. But when you're only playing 2 matches, I think it's more better to potentially go somewhere slightly off of the main locations. And then if you want to head further in, then go in for those locations when you know you're in that top 40, when you know you're starting to get those placement points. Because I think, as you said, right, yes, it's 30 points for kill, but also you have to be very aware of the fact that if you get taken out early on, then you get nothings. Whereas if you can just survive, you're racking up a bunch more points. You're racking up 3 to 4 to 5 kills quite quickly if you can just hide and survive.
That's completely true. Like we've seen different type of game plans. We've seen some far drops really looting up, clearing these players, on their way in, and they start to get a little bit more aggressive maybe from phase 3. And I think that is actually a good play. That's probably one of my ways to, like, if I'm in this game, I'm definitely working from more the sides of the map, like rather than the hot drops, because it's too much coin flip. Like that's the problem with hot drops in a public lobby, like against 10, 20 players, and sometimes it's really all luck. You need so much in your actual building to make things work, and it's not always possible.
That's the problem, right? And that's why we say maybe dropping off to the side would have been better. They will regret that. They'll have to wait to see if they can find that later on. Also, though, to the extent that Tien as well, we can't really forget Tien Zombie, who is also a celebrity, Tarzan. And to see Quan go out early on, I think we saw Tien also in his interview, right, say, well, I'm going to go for the victory and there's nothing else I'm really thinking about. That's also, I think, that really confidence coming through from Tien. But I'm curious to see, are they going to go with their own player towards one of those high drop locations, because yes, they are also aggressive. That speaks to me of a player who does want to go into those early fights, who does want to go in for that high risk, high reward play.
Certainly, and I think the issue with dying early like that is we don't get to benchmark the players a little bit better. Like I saw the side of Kun try to loot up, and I see, sometimes in those small mechanics, the small zigzags, how smooth the looting phase are, and all those things actually give us a decent idea of how experienced someone is. I feel like he is actually a decent player just from that. It's just an impression. It's not scientific, and he doesn't get to showcase that. So leave more in mystery, and that will be more surprises that we may get to see later on. So we will assess, of course, the side of Tien Zombie and the other players later on, and maybe improvements been made, like since we last saw them from qualifiers as well. So a lot of things to look out for.
Very exciting stuff indeed, but also keep in mind, Tarzan, that it's not just Zephyr, it's not just celebrities that we talk about. I think, as we mentioned, there's also 3 other players, of course, Rocky, Achibu, and also Ghosty, who qualified through from their own qualifiers in the Vietnam scene. And I think also to the extent where you mentioned, can they then step up? Because the upset through from Zephyr, not only does it mean that it's, well, an upset from this first game, but it really opens the options, it opens the door to these other 3 players, right? Because if they can take that top spot, of course, they go through to the global finals, and then they actually play against the best from each of different regions in total. Now, that reality is a lot clearer for those 3 players if they can just, I think, have not even a stellar performance, but even just a good 2 games might get them in. Of course, if we see even more upsets, which we can probably expect to see coming through from at least one other of these players.
I think so. Like the possibility is huge, and I think the variety that we get to see today is a lot. And don't know what to expect, other than a little bit of a bloodbath. It would be extremely sad if we didn't even get a single chicken dinner today. I would really want to see at least a series of good fights and some smart rotations or whatnot. And you know what? We should have some Miramar games as well. So, definitely looking for beat bust moments for Highland Wolf. That is, the key. So,
yes.
Imagine casting like a pro league with him. In a week that has no Miramar.
What?
He's a very sad person, and then it will be hard to work with. It's just a joke, right? But
I'll be very grumpy by the end of the week. Very grumpy by the end of the week.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I mean, also no chicken dinners, man. We gotta be optimistic. We gotta hope that these players can get these chicken dinners, Tarzan. I see that face. Of like, maybe they just won't get it. But I believe that they can get it, Tarzan. And I want them to be able to find that success, because if they can find that success, I think it opens the door, as you said, to what potentially could be their first place, could be that money going into their hands, but also to the extent that when you talk about Miramar as well, also on top of Erangel, like, that's intriguing to me, because I always feel that when players maybe play in Erangel, maybe they're not so confident. Maybe Erangel is just not their map, because we have seen that in competitions throughout our time casting, Tarzan, where they come onto a different map like Miramar, or albeit Sanhok, this would be an alternate competition, and they actually step up a lot more than what we were expecting to from their past results.
We can speculate, but we don't expect anything less. We talk about this being the bread and butter of a PUBG player. Like, before you make it to any good teams, pro scene or anything, like, this is something that you need to be good at. And sometimes we look at stats, this is a great way to show stats, right? Like in your classic matches. If you look at these pro players and the grind towards the scene, they actually have a very high win rate. Because they find good teammates or whatnot. Of course, you didn't get to choose your teammate here, but sometimes it's just unlucky that someone disconnected, someone got cammed, and you lose your duo partner, and you still have the ability to carry yourself towards the end. So to go out this early, like even in a classic match perspective, you don't gain a lot of points, but you don't even gain small amount. You may just lose points, and that is where we set the line, right? That was considered a bad game because it's too early of a death that even in the intrinsic system of PUBG, you should be losing rank points. You are losing your rating. So why do we accept that right here? We are definitely setting a high bar and we expect so much more.
And also, when you look towards the intricacies of that match, just thinking about it now, going back towards how they played it out, there were a couple of mistakes that actually played out in the moments before they made a mistake with the car, before they made the mistakes coming on the edge of the crate yard itself, where they saw players, Tarzan, they saw them right in front of them. And in time, I think, had we been watching a pro game, who would have been taking out those specific players for being so out of position for those 2-3 seconds, that weren't punished by Kwang and Zephyr. And that is where I think the points really hindered them, because when they couldn't take these players out and they had that high ground position, it made it so difficult for Kwang and also Zephyr to actually make that push on into them. Because when you climb, of course, talking about basics of PUBG, you can't shoot, you're locked in that animation, and we've seen that actually happen to serious handfuls of players in the past throughout many competitions, where they forget that for that split second or just don't make that judgment call in time, and they get caught locked in that animation and get knocked quite easily. I think this is something that they realized, at least, which is good news from us as watching them, but also made no real sense to be able to not punish them and then be able to climb up themselves and take such a strong position, because if they can have that information, then it gets a lot easier right inside of that crate yard if you can find where these players are really at. Top of the fact, really, that they again took a lot of fights that they couldn't finish through. Speaking through of even the trees, you could see Kwang, who was shooting in at that tree line, right? But they couldn't find those knocks. And when you're attracting all of that attention, then it came as no surprise why they finally did get knocked themselves.
Many small things leading up to that moment. Can then break that down better. I feel like I'm listening to, a presentation of like my best student. Like it's almost something like that. I know it's not exactly the power level. I swear to God, like I swear to all of you, it doesn't work like that. But it's just, like we like talking about the game like this from time to time. And yes, the considerations, the 2-step forward thinking, the experience and the execution, the mentality, emotions, all those things do get factored in. And I think that is the beauty of this game. Like, and the ever learning that you can do, that means you can always just outgrow someone. You can actually be so much better than someone is actually insane. So many department of skills, right? Like, and we talk about map knowledge, right? I can just circle anything on the map with no names, no big words on it, and if you can tell me where that compound is, where it is like close to the map, how to scout it, how to claim it, how to hold it, what's the escape strategy, if you can narrate all of that just from that compound, identify it, that's the first step, then you are a decent player, right? But you have good map knowledge. So it's a very, very deep thing. We should probably make a major or minor out of that in university courses. I don't think that would be a bad shout. Like if we keep growing, I think that is the next thing that could be.
This just become esports like degree.
Yes, I studied
That's what we need
in the university of something.
Yes,
and
the University of Tarzan. University of Tarzan and
the funding.
That's what we're looking for. It's a 4-year course. You can go sign up right now. It's somewhere on the internet. We've not decided honestly where it is, but it's our university. We're deciding it is virtual, of course, to keep in mind with the times. And 4 years, 3 years maybe, if you're good enough, if you can push it through as for a year less.
But you didn't get to shake my hand. Like that's different, right? Like
that's true. That's true. Virtual. We could put our hand out. We could be like, yes, Tarzan, shake my hand, But
it's so close and it feels so far. Like that's the problem.
True.
So
I know. I always hop on a train and come down.
we'll find a way. Like the academy is on. The institute has been
exactly
has history, right? And
come out as a PUBG pro. Guaranteed.
I think it's actually a good way to head down. Like I mean, done a lot of coaching in the past, and there's still the scene is still growing, and there's still mistakes that shouldn't be made that are made on a pretty high, supposedly high level, right? So sometimes there's a lot to talk about. You know, the idea of min-maxing something, from the smallest you can see the huge and maximal effect, or like taking it as seriously as some huge thing, right? And that is what, when we maybe analyze the macro setups, we talk about small mechanics or whatnot. So I'm going to try to get an update for all of you, because we are waiting, and I just can't wait any longer.
I know, right?
Because
I'm ready. I want to see it. I want to see that Miramar. I'm waiting for it. We've had a wrangle. Where's my Miramar next? I mean, that's how it works, right? That's how it's worked. We have a qualifier. We have one
they won't
wrangle.
go for the bus.
Then we have one Miramar, yeah.
I don't think they'll go for the bus.
They
Didn't
don't go for the
expect
bus?
anything.
Really?
Then you
Are
won't
you,
be
are you
disappointed.
serious right now? Are you serious right now? You telling me that there's no bus? Is this the case right now? Like,
This is how you.
there's no
This is
beat
how you
bus.
trigger. This is how you.
I
trigger
can't
a
believe
wolf.
you. I cannot believe you just mentioned this to me, Tarzan. After all that we've been through, after all of this year, you're telling me now there is no beat bus. I mean, realistically, there has got to be at least one beat bus today. And if there is not, then it's gonna be so sad.
Okay.
Either way, I'm gonna have to deal with my disappointment. Tarzan telling me there's no beat bus, and we'll see you guys in the next match after a commercial break. We'll see you then.
A huge amount of time spent on developing a new security standard in crypto has paid off. In November 2020, the Bitcoin Vault 3-key security solution was launched on mainnet. Therefore, Bitcoin Vault has delivered on its promise to become a cryptocurrency allowing reversible transactions. It is time to move forward. In the coming years, the team behind Bitcoin Vault will focus on 6 work streams. Number 1. Development. Our main goal here will be to become a part of a decentralized application ecosystem revolving around Ethereum 2.0. That's why we want to create a wrapped version of Bitcoin Vault by the end of 2021. Number 2. Security. We have our own team of blockchain security experts who audit the code on a regular basis. It's better to be safe than sorry. That's why we stay ahead of dangers and potential loopholes or bugs in the system. We will work with external partners to apply any fixes necessary, perform penetration tests, and at some point work with community and white hats on blockchain security. Number 3. User experience. Bitcoin Vault apps will continue to improve. In the coming years, we will focus on collecting user feedback and applying it to redesign our products to make them user-friendly, convenient, and fresh. Number 4. Products. Along with IT development, we are strongly focusing on market adoption with new products in the pipeline. In 2021, we want to launch staking products with our partner support and connect the Bitcoin Vault ecosystem to fiat currencies. Number 5. Marketing. Awareness. This will be our marketing and communication focus for the next few years. Despite years of rapid development, only a small percentage of people around the world use crypto. It's time for a change. And last but not least, number 6. Quantum computing. The final workstream is more long-term. We are looking at quantum computing concepts with a lot of expectations. What would that mean for blockchain and distributed ledger technology? We will partner with public institutions and private businesses to find a new role for blockchain projects supporting emerging technologies. We cannot predict the future, but we can shape it. Join us. Find out more by visiting our website at btcv.com. Hello BTCV enthusiasts! In this video you will find instructions on how to receive or deposit BTCV, as well as how to make secure, fast, secure and cancel transactions. Before we start, make sure you already created a 3-key Vault wallet on your Gold Wallet app. You will also need your fast transaction key and cancel transaction key to make transactions. How to receive or deposit BTCV. Tap Wallets in the menu at the bottom of the screen. Select the wallet to which you want to deposit or receive BTCV. Tap Receive. Tap Share Wallet Address to share your wallet address or the QR code with the person who is going to send you BTCV. You can also indicate the amount of BTCV you would like to receive. That's it! How to make a secure fast transaction. Tap Wallets in the menu at the bottom of the screen. Select your 3-key Vault wallet from which you want to send BTCV. Tap Send. Enter the amount of BTCV you want to send. Enter the wallet address of the person you want to send it to. You can also tap the QR code icon to scan the QR code of the wallet. You can also add an optional note. Select Secure Fast Transaction from the list. Tap Next. Open the Fast Transaction Key PDF on your second device. Tap Scan on the Gold Wallet mobile app. Scan the private key QR code from the PDF. Check the details and tap Send Now. Enter your transaction password and tap Confirm. Your transaction is now complete. Tap Return to Dashboard to return to the main screen. How to make a secure transaction. Tap Wallets in the menu at the bottom of the screen. Select your 3-key Vault wallet from which you want to send BTCV. Tap Send. Enter the amount of BTCV you want to send. Enter the wallet address of the person you want to send it to. You can also tap the QR code icon to scan the QR code of the wallet. You can also add an optional note. Select Secure Transaction from the list. Tap Next. Check the details and tap Send Now. Enter your transaction password and tap Confirm. Your transaction is now complete. Tap Return to Dashboard to return to the main screen. How to cancel a transaction. Tap Wallets in the menu at the bottom of the screen. Select your 3-key Vault wallet from which you want to cancel the transaction. Tap Cancel. Select the transaction you want to cancel and tap Next. Set a transaction fee. Enter the address of the wallet where you want to send your funds. You can also tap Use address of this wallet to revert the funds to the current wallet. You can also add an optional note. Tap Next. Open the Cancel Transaction Key PDF on your second device and type in the seed phrase to the mobile device. You can also scan the private key QR code. Now open the Fast Transaction Key PDF on your second device and type in the seed phrase to the mobile device. You can also scan the private key QR code. Check the details and tap Cancel Now. Enter your transaction password and tap Confirm. Your transaction is now cancelled. Tap Return to Dashboard to return to the main screen. Thank you for watching.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Vietnam Finals. Myself, Harlan Wolf, joined with Professor Tarzan. As always, and we're in for our second round of matches. Of course, Kwang and Tian are going to be competing nonetheless, but we are taking a look either way at Bad and Ricky to see how they will fare this time around in their duo. Tarzan, they're heading towards Yasna Pollyanna. Are we done yet with the hot drops?
No. Not quite, because we want to see someone go for it and then come out alive and victorious out of it. And Yasnaya, I think like for this playing path, right? Like we've still got people. Okay, that is a nice dab in the air, I have to say. And I believe that is Tian Zombie, right? Like that's Tian Zombie in player number 2, and Ace Bad, is that his name? Like that is a little bit sad, but yes, no, it's not too sad. It's like Ace is bad, so I'm Conqueror. Right, like that's a better explanation. But Ricky, not the first time that we've seen from this player. So Yasna Pollyanna, one of the many hot drops available for this playing path. And you know what though, the Hound Wolf, I find Yasna lacking a little bit of love. It's actually very good as a spotlight. It's huge, and many teams can coexist, but that is also why it can be a little bit tricky to play.
I also think it's very predictable in the way that you play. I mean, how many times have we as casters mentioned around that 4 stack on more towards the western side, or sorry, should I say the eastern side of this compound of Yasna Pollyanna, where teams jump inside of it, they control when Yasna Pollyanna, they exit out towards the eastern rotation of the coastline. The teams try to fight up against it, they can't, so they just rotate back through the west. And it takes them a waste of what could be 5-6 minutes in the games that we've seen, at least with PMCO levels. Sometimes, actually, I would argue we've seen it as well in PMPL Arabia, but has been the case as well. So I think is why, because of its predictability and how well players do know this location, that they want to go someplace else. Yes, it can hold you, but I think that players tend to rotate through Yasna Pollyanna later on, come in towards the barrel holes towards the south, come in towards the compound if they need to, but it's not a first option.
Yes, so many ways. We need to talk about cars then. We talk about rotation, very much needed, right? And you know what? We like playing games. On SkillzVault, it's not PUBG as the game, right, guys? We talk about listing guns, we talk about making bets, guessing plane paths, circles. I'm going to guess, right? I'm going to guess the loadout of these two players. I'm going to guess Ricky going for an M762 with an M416, right? But so that's my guess. You can have the guess on the same player, or we can do it as a team, like, and then you can guess for a span, which should be Tian Zombie. So we need to find out. But how do you want to play this? Ooh.
I play with an Uzi and a Scorpion every time. 1 kill so far, though, is gonna go. Yeah, I mean, you know my style. We just go in. We play around close quarter combat, Tarzan. We hide in a house for the rest of phase 4, phase 5, phase 6, phase 7. Someone walks in, bam, bam, bam. Uzi Scorpion double action. They saw nothing coming.
Are you crazy? Why do you pick the Scorpion? Like, there's literally so many more strong, like, close.
Oh, I know, but it's the Scorpion. Okay. Tarzan, it's a gun. It's a gun.
Question: have you seen a real Scorpion in real life?
No. I actually, when I was younger. Now this takes me back. This takes me back, right? Because when I was younger, do you ever have those sweeties where you had like the lollipops or whatever with like the insects inside of them, and like you could like eat the insects if you worked your way through the candy? Okay. Yeah. Do you ever used to have those?
Yes.
I had a Scorpion in one of mine.
I know what you're talking about. But
you know, right? Like it's like some like orange sort of candy. You can see like the insects inside of it. Yeah. Did you ever have those?
One thing, right?
Yeah. Well, okay. What did I forget about?
The baseline is we're practically from 2 different generations. Don't do me like that, right? Like that is. That's the thing.
I can't believe that, Tarzan. I mean, you could be like my father. You could be like Daddy Tarzan.
Well, if I've got checkered past with illegal doings that probably we're not that far apart. Okay, probably not. Or yes, okay. If we are still no, like still not possible, right?
still no.
Southern shift always possible. Like we love southern shifts because the possibility is great for this type of circle. We talk about Southern Island. We talk about. I think the key thing here, right? Like before we go any longer, why I love Sosnovka military base, it would be about how far it is from that plane path, and that means teams just need to fight for it. Like those late rotators get punished, so that means in this lobby where the goal is to really find these kills, you can really try to plan your rotation pacing so that you find more of these players that are caught slacking.
Yes. Oh, for sure. And this is something that has been a slower start. Also, when it comes to the early game, not going to lie to you, Tarzan, I'm surprised that Ricky and Tian have not done the I think, basic strategy. Now, is this just me being an absolute noob at PUBG, okay, where you shoot in the air early on and you attract all the bots towards you and you get those kills? Is that a bad strategy or is that a good strategy? Because I've not seen them do it so far.
Okay, the thing is, I don't think the bots will come to you if you do that. But
it seems to work every time for me.
Greedy. Okay, I need to test it out. Like, bring you back to my laboratory to find out whether that's a fair point.
Oh goodness!
And you know what?
Oh goodness gracious!
Oh goodness! Sounds scary. Suddenly he's a mouse. He's not a wolf. It's like Highland is like an underground mouse, no longer
Been de-wolfified.
Very, very scary thing. But you know what? It's actually not too bad of a shout. Like when it comes to strategy, like yes, if it's not bots, it's greedy players, right? Oh, it's what we call bot game, right? Like you shoot like really weird single taps, and they think this is like the other players think this is actually a bot in your game, so they run towards you to try to get the extra kill. And I've done that before. I've been baited before, not like checkered past. Is speaking of that, right? So, but a little bit gunshots early on, and this might be a challenge against. Okay, no, it is a bot. So, yes, the second kill coming through for this team, but let's remind everyone that the points are calculated separately for the influencer and the player. So right here, Tian Zombie got the first one first. Now Ricky on your screen got the first as well for himself. So
you're telling me, right, they're like splitting.
Mm-hmm. They are. They should, and it is what it is, right? So we have to just deal with it. And it's not all too bad. Like, I think the thing is, if you play too greedy, then you don't have that synergy with the person, right? Like, they don't love you. They have no care for you, and they leave you to die. Sometimes that's the issue, right? Even if you want to be self-centered or selfish, we do say that, you still need to be a smart person. Right, you need to use this teammate to help you get there before you ditch them. If it ever is the plan, we're not really encouraging it, but there's a lot of money on the line, right? Like, so that can really bring out the ugly side of us. So you will not want to play with me in this tournament if I'm a participant.
Okay, so you would be like the player where we play together, and then it comes down to like the final few plays. You're like, look, I'm sorry to break it to you, Wolf. Pins out the grenades, and throws it on into me, and I just blow up and die. And I'm like, but Tarzan, you should help me. And then you're like, no, you must leave. I must go on without you. Wolf, it is time.
Jesus, I can feel the background music coming in as well. It's like the separation with the pain. One knowing the pain
no,
in the eyes.
Tarzan, why?
The tears of betrayal, and the other person, the tears of the struggle of understanding the unresolvable, the battle that he's lost to his own human nature, of his devil inside of his heart, and all these stuff. But or we can go back to the real side. Let's go to farm. that's another transition.
We can go to farm, but I mean, it's better be exciting. I mean, I think we found a new film. We should commission that, Tarzan. I think that's some PUBG mobile film drama right there. Not gonna lie. I mean, that's pretty spicy stuff.
What's the title? The toxic
The fall of the
teammate
wolf.
that the fall of the
Yeah.
wolf. I feel like the battle, the internal battle of the professor is more so. It's like you've spent your time learning about the world, studying about yourself, only to find yourself the ugly truth, right? That what and
True.
in the very memeable way, it would be like, why are you like this, right? But in the actual, real life way, it's an actual struggle, man. It's like what people do, and I think it's also what people need to think from time to time, like when it comes to video games.
There he
I think
is.
it's actually the topic, and there we go. We found. Okay, this is interesting because I feel like we've got a small bit of mismatch because this is supposed to be
we do.
Quan. Why?
I know, right? Unless it just swaps. Maybe the interviews were all a lie. Maybe they were actually. There we go. I knew it.
Rose swap.
I knew it.
There we go.
But see the difference as well. All about imposters aside, is that you see the difference on the fact that Tian seems to be communicating a lot more than actually Quang is, and that's something I just noticed there, Tarzan. As you can see, Tian is constantly talking through the rest of his face cam, but Quang, the moment you get onto that plane path and down, silence. It's all focus.
Oh no, he's got bad comms. Let's be harsh. No, joking. It's important. But maybe the other guy's not talking, but like, is that actually one of my favorite things to see? Face cams. Like, because you can see the emotions, you can see whether someone has, we've got these benchmarks that we like doing, right? In the deeper analysis, you see someone getting knocked, and sometimes you can see on the face that they are already giving up is not what you want to see, right? So face cams are amazing, and you can see also just bringing the emotions, bring the commitment to here. Ichibu. Oh no. Does that word mean oopsie in another language? That's not what you want to do, Pachinki.
How? How is he dead?
That is the 0
We just
point
come
game
down.
for Ichibu. You know what? But that is good news for some players. It is actually good news for the side of Sever, because we're tied. They're now tied. So right now it's really Quan-kun to make the statement for himself as the star.
He's got to
that
do
we're
it.
bringing here. And okay,
He can't do it. He's missed.
Go.
He's missed the opportunity. That was the opportunity that came out the door, and he got him, but he barely strikes him over the top. No jump required, no animation required. Takes revenge, but this is a big sacrifice, and I feel, not gonna lie to you, there's some curse of Quan-kun coming out here today, Taz, and that's twice in the early game that we've lost the player who plays with him.
Yeah, but you can see pre-firing and all these important stuff is quite there. So I know he's been adding more variety to his streams like recently, but still very decent at this game. But I think he just needs to fight this, for himself for sure against Tian Zombie to be, the winner out of the two influences. But it's a big rip for two of the players already, and that is just no good. But right here, Tian Zombie will try his best, coming in. And this is the thing, right? It's actually one kill on board, yes, good start. But the number of players still for them to kill is not so huge. It's only 21 players, but Reiki tried to challenge that and get taken out.
Oh no, Ricky went way too far, Tals, and that was a mistake in the open, and there's a punish tension now onto Tian. He tries to go outside the window once more, goes through a dip, goes for a heal potentially, but it's left the door open. He has to fire straight back in. You can see it coming through, and he can't find a shot, so he's out as well. Tarzan, the upset coming through from Tian. They're out in 21st, 20th position, but albeit now, that's the time for Quang, because Quang, 3 kills already. He's got another one where we didn't even watch him. He is on a roll in this early game, at least. Way better performance from him.
Yeah, but the thing is, they actually got... if we compare round 1 to round 1, in a way, Tian Zombie actually did better. because he's got placement points. I think it's roughly 100, like if not more. More than 100 from just placing at 21st or 20th. And we've got 1 kill,
And 2
so
kills.
that's an extra 30 points. Yes, exactly. 2 kills. And that is, some points that Kwon didn't get. So this is actually just catching up work that he is trying to do, right? So it's slightly more leveled, I would say, like between the two influencers so far. But for the players, not quite the case. I think all of them have had rough games so far. 2 of them got 0, and 1 of them got 20th, around 100, I would say, and 150. We'll go back to the charts. And this side, though, like, is a different type of path, different type of circle, and it's still so huge. And 64 players, so a lot of ways to get through it. And Ichibu has either disconnected, maybe rage quit, or he just needs to do some laundry or something. I always feel like, okay, this is where I set the line.
Called
right?
him,
Mum, maybe it could be mum.
Power.
Bad influence,
So it's
like
a good
a
excuse.
really bad friend. Yeah, like no, it's actually a real thing. It's often not an excuse, Like literally, even in pro play, we've heard in the past that someone's got his dad yelling behind him during the pro league, and that's
some commitment to like play, with such distraction. But you can't, you can't ignore your dads. You got to put at least 50% into that. You got to put 50% into the plays. But plays coming out for Quan. That was a beautiful shot there. Stop in, pop shots down. Another 4 kills from already. I mean, Quan, yes, he had a lot of catching up to do. But he doesn't seem like he's struggling. This is 4 now for him. He's going to chuck another grenade in there. Seems to be trying to find out a player, but I don't think anyone's there. Unless he has heard the footsteps.
I actually like the small mechanics coming through. Like, I'm so happy that we get to see just some potential experience of the player, or that he got that
It's not
0
Quang
point
for
game.
pro.
Like, yeah, I mean, we've seen it already. Like, in the small movements, we could see it's smooth. So coming into here, we know, like, even in the quick peeks or whatnot, in the using of utilities, the quick peeks through like covers, the crosshair placement as well. Like, all these things are tricky. It can be very hard to master, but it becomes intrinsic, part of the players if you are at that level, right? So this is where we set some benchmarks, and it's lovely to see.
Oh, but now to see if they can take that through to the rest of the game, because we're not quite done yet. But still, as you can see, 50 players alive. They are dropping. They are coming down in the kill feed. So that is news and music, quite frankly, to this music production player, music producer, Kwang. Of course, we talked about it. They are not only a player here as well, but they are multi-talented, Taryn. They can actually produce some epic music. They can produce some sick beats.
Yes. And I like it. That's not really the beat that we're looking for. But right here, speaking of beat and stuff, we talk about tempo. We will do that sometime. Definitely not in the vibe to do that right now, because I am okay. You know what? Like, I can. Trust me, if I really need to, I can. And I'm okay with self-assessment and decent self-awareness, maybe. So I will force you to listen to it someday. And that's the time that I realize I'm a controlling person. Okay, no. Okay, let's move back to this one right here. Jokes is all jokes. And right here, it is. You can see the style coming through from Kwang Kun is really textbook for this generation of content creators that has bloomed via this game. They come through in the very montage-heavy, hyper-aggressive, almost disrespectful playstyle that we are seeing now. Like, we've seen like Genji Gaming. Like, he is extremely good at the game. And I've watched him, to be fair, like from 2 years back or something like that. It's not the first time I talk about it. I'm not really a fanboy, but he's very, very good. But he didn't get into the winner's bracket as the influencer. It's because of this aggression. So Kwang Kun right here can be the second person of that sort. But maybe if he's so good, it doesn't matter. Just aren't scared to challenge shots. But after this is duo, so with a good spray, 2 people in the car, that can be a huge reward, and 60 points going into his pocket.
But he is a solo player. You cannot forget, Tarzan, that there are going to be duos all over the shop. And that is going to be multiple times. Kwang is going to be at a disadvantage, and we know how hard it can be. Yes, we see those beautiful montage, the 1v2, the 1v3, the 1v4 plays, rare as they are, but you also have to remember that it's going to be very tough. It comes down to also the patience there of Kwang, and I like what they're doing, is they are not moving repeatedly about in this building when they know there is a player there, because they don't want to give the audio cues away. That is crucial when it comes to the highest level of play.
Exactly. We talk about limiting info, like getting info is one side. Limiting info that you're giving is key. Like in CQCs, yes, it's all about audios. And sometimes it's such a hard skill to master that if you somehow didn't have some decent gear, some decent earphones, headphones, you actually can't hear the difference even when you're trying to study it. Like, for example, people make guides before, right? Especially on like apartments or in the C buildings in military base. There's a different sound to footsteps on every floor. And this is where the highest level of PUBG comes in. Like the database in your brain should be strong enough to tell the difference. And it's not about showing you the all three, then you to distinguish. Is when you hear the first footsteps, based on just memory, you know which one it is. Like when you show me all three and ask me which is which, that is easier. That's actually a lot easier, but pre-firing is actually not quite easy. And right now, probably... Oh! Okay. No way. That's the
No
pain.
way.
It's the problem. When you... It's the 1v2.
Man, that is such a shame. Such a shame for the 1v2. He tried his best, though, to be fair. He got one, just couldn't quite get the other. He got a number of points, so the problem is, Tarzan, I don't think he was inside those placement points, so that's a real problem. So yeah, it comes down to those 120 points, of course, that he was able to grab for himself. That could have been even more, but then again, Kwang, we know that they are going to be one of those players who are hyper-aggressive, as you said, also maybe even borderline disrespectful in some of these normal lobbies, and they get punished for that, for playing in such a popular location. And I think what had been, yes, a good location if you have two players, because when you look towards really those school and those apartments location, normally is notorious for being hard to breach, but when you're only one player trying to defend that, it becomes so much easier to get inside of that compound. And when you're inside the compound, that is when it becomes so difficult to really keep track of those players who are breaching you, because of how complicated it can be to really navigate around a compound as a whole.
Completely agree. And I think we were actually on a very good topic there to illustrate how that could be done differently. We talk about utilities and audio cues. Like when you have the audio cues, then you might as well just use it. You pick it up knowing that they're going up the stairs, land some great mollies. Like I want to see the mollies. I want to see nates, pre-nates coming through. But obviously the pre-firing was good. They got one knock. It's the pressure getting to it sometimes, right? Like you really need that quick gun swap, to be fair, and with some utility damage to help with that situation, it could have been a very, very good 1v2.
I think it was definitely possible. Unfortunately, Kwang isn't able to make it happen. But also has to keep in mind that the player, more importantly, dropped there. So when it comes, Tarzan, to the points, very scary thing indeed. And we also have a very beautiful thing, which is Testry. Back with us, hello.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So, guys, three very different games. Yeah, I think that the third one was the longest game, and of course, Kwang was alone, so it was very tough start for him, but he managed to show us his power. 4 kills, and he ended near 20 place. So yeah, Kwang is the best right now. Yeah, but it doesn't really matter so because we are looking for the best players so far, and it's bad, guys, and it's bad because Zefirka ended with Kwang very, very early. It is 0 points for Zephyrica right now. Rico has 100 points right now. And talking about Ichi, it is like 0 or minus 10 even because no, it's impossible. But he like ended so fast, yeah. Like I don't know if he found anything or a backpack or something. So he just had maybe some problems or stuff. But we are looking for the place, and we can see the difference right now because we are talking about China's qualifiers and also about utilities, yeah. In those games, there are not so many grenades, there are not so many smokes. Yeah, they are focusing on finding the opponent, but it's much harder, yeah, because like when we go back to Japanese finals or to Korean finals, it was like chicken dinner after chicken dinner, yeah? Right now, it is tough. It is really hard to go to top 10. Why?
Why? I think
like
it's
maybe-
just
Professor Tarzan from Virtual University. Let's go.
Oh, okay.
Okay, right. They just need to sleep better. They need to practice harder. They need to.
They need to
know
sleep
the
better.
basics.
Oh, right.
They need
That's what it is.
They need to meditate. It's all these things that people don't think about that is most important. Okay, now, like jokes aside, there's a lot of so-called like luck involved, and you can see there's one difference that we've seen so far, which is for the communication aspect. You can see the more engaged that sometimes the stars are, it actually helps the confidence and maybe the just the synergy with the team. And you can see Kwang Kun is not the first time. It's almost like you can arguably say that he's grieved his teammates. It's like he's not speaking, and then he's jumping extremely far, and then there's no support coming through, right? So those are the key things. I think comms would be a key thing right now.
I agree.
Yeah,
I
they
mean,
need to
also to
communicate.
echo onto that is that when you come towards the rest of the plays coming in, they have both tended to drop in quite popular compounds. So when you are going to be so aggressive in the early game, you then have to play together. When it comes even to a team like Tien and also those players he's played with, it's been a similar issue when it comes to that communication, particularly when you come towards the mid game, when players are going to be close together, when you are coming to those smaller circles, when you aren't really speaking. You saw that in the way that they were playing. Silence, there was no talking in that situation. They will go way too far up front. They don't reach the compound properly. They both drop fairly quickly in that situation.
Yeah. You need to cooperate. Like in F1, yeah, the driver is solo, but he has his teammates, his support. Talking is very important. Even now, when we are talking, it is important for the whole transmission and stuff. So yeah, talking is very, very important. And talking about, because you said, Highland, that they went to the popular place here, Jasnaya Pola, and you need to say, okay, I'm right now. I cannot find, but I see two guys here. Two guys are there. Let's go. Fight them. But Professor, you said very, very important thing when you said that the players should sleep better, because we started with 3 players and 1 was away. And he just wrote like 10 minutes ago, I'm here. He had some problems, yeah, but for sure he had not problems. Yeah, for sure he was sleeping. So Ghosty should be the best now. And I'm waiting for this game because, I'm sure, internet connections problem. I have problems with my phone. I think that was the problem with, alarm clock or something like this. But he is with us and he will play in the next game. So I'm sure he will do better than those players who are with us from the beginning. Thank you very much, guys.
Question.
Who come.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah. Question.
I'll ask that later. Are you free for my question?
Keep that in mind.
Okay.
Keep that in mind.
So
keep that in mind, and let's go with the break. This video is called like provocation video. So there are questions like, "Well, your country going to be the best?" And the influencers are, ready to knock down somebody from another. Oh, let's go with this video.
Xin chào các bạn, mình là Quang và mình đến từ Việt Nam. Mình là streamer của Box Studio ở Việt Nam. Mình nghĩ là tại vì ở Việt Nam có rất là nhiều người chơi cũng như là rất là nhiều đội tuyển PUBG Mobile rất là đam mê, và thực sự những team và những người chơi đó thực sự là rất có tài năng. Đối với cái giải đấu này thì chắc là em khá là tự tin vào skill của bản thân mình, nên là chắc là em không e ngại đối thủ nào hết rồi. Tôi là game thủ Việt Nam. Việt Nam vô địch và Việt Nam sẽ vô địch trong giải đấu lần này và không sợ đối thủ nào hết. Các bạn hãy đến đi.
Xin chào mọi người, mình là Tiền Dung VV4. Hiện tại mình đang là YouTuber những tựa game FPS và MOBA trên YouTube. Mình là một trong hai đại diện đến từ Việt Nam. Quốc gia tôi cảm thấy e ngại nhất đó chính là Hàn Quốc, bởi vì Hàn Quốc có quá là nhiều player tay to và cũng như là eSports quá phát triển, nên là mình cũng hơi run sợ một chút. SkillzVault này có lẽ là một giải đấu mà mình chờ đợi rất lâu rồi, một giải đấu mà mình được tham dự với tư cách là một tuyển thủ. Hy vọng các bạn sẽ xem và cũng như đồng hành cùng mình nhé.
NFT stands for non-fungible token. It means that it's one token which is unique. It represents the uniqueness. There's only one. With SkillzVault project, we are launching a series of NFTs related to games, influencers, and competitors that will represent certain figures, certain personas, as well as the teams. So stay tuned for NFT series related to SkillzVault.
A huge amount of time spent on developing a new security standard in crypto has paid off. In November 2020, the Bitcoin Vault 3-key security solution was launched on mainnet. Therefore, Bitcoin Vault has delivered on its promise to become a cryptocurrency allowing reversible transactions. It is time to move forward. In the coming years, the team behind Bitcoin Vault will focus on 6 work streams. Number 1. Development. Our main goal here will be to become a part of a decentralized application ecosystem revolving around Ethereum 2.0. That's why we want to create a wrapped version.
Hey, everyone, welcome
Hello.
back. Hey, we are back. Hello, Tarzan. With myself,
Hello.
also Highland Wolf. Game number
I've missed
3.
you.
Oh, I know. It's been a long while. We got sent to the separate abyss of PUBG worlds, but now we have returned. We've come back into the light, Tarzan. We are here with none other than Quang Kun and Tien Zombie, and of course their third game of the Vietnamese finals for the SkillzVault competition. Tarzan, we have seen what has been, quite frankly, downs, and also, quite frankly, yes, gonna be straight into kills, potentially for Quan. Has found one knock, can he find a second? Will confirm the 1 kill out. I had to hold my thoughts here, because I was gonna say, well, the fact actually was Ghosty, who hadn't been with us, Tarzan, for the first few games. Now going to be joining back. Not so bad, considering that actually, well, Zephyr and Chivo both performed pretty poorly. Rocky didn't perform all that well either. So there is really scope here for any of these 4 players to make it to the top.
Yeah, and I think Ricky needs a bit of a redemption, yeah? Like, to be fair, like, out of all these players in that game 1, he has at least gotten some points, right? So that is him
right?
actually ahead. Yeah, like 100 points. So now, Quan Kun is on the rise, and seems like he has those mechanics. You could see it already. The quick peeks, the baits through the doorway, and all these. And this is just a very good start in GS9. You can see the confidence is definitely there, like through maybe building an audience, building all that, and you can see, but the mechanics does speak for itself, right? Like, not everyone knows how to, okay, but shooting onto the crypt is something that we do not expect. Need to do a little bit better, but the aggressive peek comes through again. Quick jump maneuver doesn't make it. Use the AK and try to come down. Jump shot, cutting close.
I think it was quite clearly a kill that should have been coming over through Fung Quang. Either way, it didn't come through. We've still got 2 players, though, and I do believe they took out a teammate of this rogue player, so they can just actually sandwich now with 2v1 situation. I think now is also the important time of when you play as a team, which is something these players did not do in qualification because they all played as solos, is actually coming in together at the same time. This is something we really kind of hinted at, of course, talking about through the first 2 series of games, but now I really want to see an improvement from, because when you are so split in a situation like this, if Quan goes down, there is no support coming through from Ricky, so it is very risky indeed, and they are rightfully taking knocks, taking kills, yes, but it could go so wrong if there are more players in the vicinity.
Yeah, I mean, like, you can see he's so aggressive, gets the knock, gets the straight flush, and then goes for the loot anyway. Like, where's the teammate? Like, that's the thing. Like, this is the type of aggression that you can see that is nicely done mechanically, but when it comes to decision making, can really make the difference. Like, the difference that you do not want to see, right? And but at least we'll throw the smokes. I think this is good, basic, I would say. Yeah, like, come in, make sure that you don't get killed by looting in the open. That is for sure one thing. But smokes sometimes, and we've both seen it, Highland Wolf, sometimes is the problem. Like, in the late game, in the open, is a nade magnet.
I'm not going to lie to you, quite frankly. Quan is another beast when it comes to Vietnam finals, Tarzan. He has been popping off when it comes to these kills. I don't care whether you tell me that he goes out early. He goes out early in style.
Yeah, I mean, no. I would just say no.
What?
He has style, for sure. But when he goes out for stuff like this, maybe, like disrespecting his weak side and his enemy shots, you know me long enough. He goes out, yes, he can go in style, not for the previous 2 games. No. But this one, I can say we're getting close. And right here, they continue their domination in Yasnaya. And there's only phase 1, Highland Wolf. 3 kills on board. They've got some rotations to make, but this is
2 and Ricky.
Great.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Ricky as well.
Oh, 4.
He is
Never mind,
top.
he's doubled it. My goodness gracious, 7 kills in total.
7
I thought
kills.
we were only at 5. Oh boy, these people are smurfing.
It's lovely to see, right? It's lovely to see that we're having a little bit more life back into here. And you can see the quick peaks. Like, you know what? Like, sometimes I feel like as a retired IGL, I just match the players' mechanics against mine, and to basically set the bar, right? Like, I'm not a bot, right, but I'm definitely rusty. So if they can do something that I feel like it took me some time to train in the past and it comes natural to them, I think it's a good sign. So Konkun definitely worth all the fame that he's got. Has been playing phenomenally. It's at least for this game 3, and the duo will get their 4th each. Does that make sense, English? So get the 8th.
Yes.
But, okay, how would you say it? It's getting their 8th,
Well, it'll be the 4th
but the
each.
points count separately.
Their 4th kill each,
Get
right?
the-
So yeah, they've got 8 kills in total. Either way, I think they've completely obliterated anyone who ever existed in Yasnaya Poliana at the start of this game. I mean, if there was any players left, I would be surprised, because they've already taken out equivalent of 4 teams worth of players so far in this game, and there's only 34 remaining. I mean, when you think towards that quick decisive kills, there was another, but it just got shot down. Tarzan, it's like just deletion every single time. You walk into this compound, they spot you on the road. But I think it's a smart decision, albeit coming towards Yasnaya Poliana, because it seems to be the case. A lot of these players inside the lobby are making this heads-up mistake, very bold mistake of jumping across the road, getting caught out in the open. You can see every single time by keeping an eye on these open sides, Kwang and Ricky Vest taking points after points after points.
I almost forgotten. I've only just realized that Yasnaya is very good for this format. Reason, right? We talk about hot drops and how it's a coin flip, but Yasnaya is so huge that you can almost always have a plan B, and within that plan B of a building, you still have enough loot, right, to pull off the first fight. And is also, but small enough for you to get enough info, maybe across the whole town, just about. And then, obviously, when the town's bigger, you may see more bots. You can choose a site to control and all that good stuff. So I actually underestimated Yasnaya for this reason, I feel like. And I may consider it more when I return to pro play. I'm joking. It's not going to happen.
I got so excited there. You should have seen my face, Taz. I was like, he's coming back to first play.
I'm going to ask production to maybe clip that. I mean, they've done it last time when I was with Sandstorm, so I wanted to see it. I want to see your face, your surprise face.
Oh man, my face was it was like one of those moments where the eyes widen. The realization sets in of the possibility of pro play Professor Tarzan. You said it on camera. We could just clip it back. We could just crop either end of what you said and just say the statement of you're coming back to pro play. I mean, that's how it could work, right? And then they just have to come back into the PMCO. Yeah, PMCO UK 2022 spring split, right?
What a crap time to be alive. We're in the generation of editing and clipping. But you know what? If I'm going, I ain't playing PMC, I'm playing PMPL. What do you mean? It's straight up into that level. And because it's about just the mechanics needing to catch back. Maybe 2 months would be the thing, but it's a very different lifestyle, right? And right here, speaking of lifestyle, of a pro player, nothing short of having a very congested apartments. I was thinking, I paused a little bit there because I was like, is that a real guy? What is he doing there in the grass?
True. But also, it seems a very predictable path coming through when it comes to the locations of where Kwang and Ricky are going. Kwang clearly is the leader in this situation. You can see they're going to the same location once again. So you can see it is him that is going to be in charge. Ricky seems to be following suit. But also Ricky with 7 kills, 13 in total combined with Kwang who's kills 2. So actually, when you come together, they are totally running away with this game, and this is the sort of players that we really wanted to see coming in, but coming through, particularly in from Ricky as well, who had the most points coming into this game. This is huge for that step up, that break that Ricky can have to set himself apart from the rest of the leaderboard.
I think it's very good how will I say this? Is almost like division of labor. It sounds very sad, right? But it's more balanced between the two of them. Like I was thinking, yeah, like Quan Kun's been playing so well that I'm scared for the players, right? Like we need the kills. We talk about needing to make it to Series 2 in the winners bracket and then getting, a first place with 9 kills. That's when you can set the record across the regions. And yeah, I was scared. Like if Quan Kun's so dominating, then Ricky can't get those kills. But seems like it's been pretty equal so far amongst the two of them. So friendly competition could be the term that we could use here.
I think Ricky, albeit, has been really, really powerful for this game in the way that they have not only stuck with Ashley Kwang as a team, and I think that has been to their success in this third match for them, but also to be the extent that when they do play together, they're very decisive. They know exactly where they want to go, who they want to really take out first, which building do they go into first. And you could see, particularly when they went over to the apartment section, them staying together. Yes, they were taking separate apartments, but they were covering each other when it comes to those angles. And that is a teamwork that I wanted to see, that we were asking for from the first 2 matches that we never saw.
Yeah, like this is good. Like I enjoy it, not just because we are finally seeing more light, coming from the Vietnamese region. It's also about synergy that we see, is the good mechanics. We see smooth movements, we see very proactive plays, but we also see where the line can be set when it comes to smart aggression, but they will just try to swamp Pachinki. That is one hot drop to the next.
8 kills through from Ricky right now. Or should I say, realistically, yeah, only going to get better. And Kwang, calls only going to double that. I think when it comes to also Tien Zombie, the pressure on them to actually lead the charge for their own players too, because Ricky, keep in mind, has already played with Tien. Now he's playing with Kwang. The only real worry and concern is, right, this is Ricky's second game. So there is no coming back from it. Now it comes down to Ricky only trying to extend his lead. Yes, he has clearly got himself one, and they are inside the final 12, but as you said, 20 points extra for every placement that they can survive now coming into the late game. This is a massive step up, and if they can survive every 2, or should we say every 3 places for ease of interest, they are getting essentially 2 kills now put in the rest of this game.
Yeah, it's great. Like progression by this team, and this is the thing as well. Like usually you just go up by 2 in placements when you kill a team, right? Because it's 2 players, and that is the balance that you sometimes need to like have, or the calculations, whatnot. But sometimes when you're in the game, you just need to focus on it. And then right now, I'm gonna see if I can get some help from production. I'm really curious as to how the side of Tien Zombie is doing. Like he should be having his second, if not the third match, and he's got a bit of so we need to we've got the info now. There's actually 2 influencers with a similar style, and he's gone for the search. He tried to search, and there's no one that he could find. So sometimes, like, luck is at this department. It's also using off that plane path, maybe, to know how to search, right, Highland Wolf? That is those key macro things that we love talking about.
Exactly that, but also the news, of course, of Tien Zombie. They have finally found themselves a match, so wherever and however this ends for Ricky and Kwang, we will jump through X for them afterwards. But Kwang, oh my goodness gracious me, 2 more coming through with the help of Ricky. They are destroying this game. I mean, quite frankly, running away with it now only is a concern, because they are in a very open position, and this is why I love the smokes coming out again. So important when you're in a situation like this where you have 360 potential danger around you.
Yeah, that's the problem with Headshot Hills, but you can see proactiveness really coming through, and hopefully it doesn't stab them in the back. Like, they saw the drop coming down, they were there to pre-smoke it before it even landed. So these are the things that we love to see from players. And you see, like, this other team are prepared to go there to basically loot it within 5 seconds of the ground, like the box touching the ground. It's too late, and you can see that's what got them this lead so far. And you know what, like, they are just waiting for a circle to pop. Not bad, like, but it's a huge circle for 8 other players to coexist with this duo. And I think, to be fair, and if we do those quick maths here, Ricky, although had a bit of a sad game one, but 100 points isn't bad. And right now into this one with already 270 points from kill points and seemingly a decent placement coming through, there's a high chance that he can make it to the winner's bracket.
Of course, he realistically is right now with that ship probably going to want to look towards the Gatka in the center of those buildings just beside the chopsticks, looking real juicy, quite frankly, when it comes to taking an eye over those around you in the open, because of the nature of Gatka itself being fairly flat, fairly difficult to navigate, particularly when it comes to the late game here, Tarzan. And this is something that, despite all of I've said, Kwang and Ricky going straight on in. I mean, they seem confident. Is this overconfidence potentially? Because they're, by now, bound to be at least one player who has surely spotted them.
Yes, tricky one. Like, we know the difference that it can make from those placement points. Like, they don't want to go out now. It's at least 150, if not 200 points of a difference if they fall right now. And that can only be made up by another 7 kills. So right now, this is where they need to find the perfect balance between survival and aggression. I'm not sure whether they can find it if they keep driving like that, but there is still a chance.
Yeah, I think they're driving around this aggressive so late into the game really calls to be taken out when it comes to the highest levels of player PUBG Mobile. I think that they maybe get away with it if players are in this lobby going to be hiding. It all depends, of course, whether you end up with aggressive players at the end of your game or if you end up with more quiet ones. And the level, of course, of those players inside your lobby itself. We do jump over, though, despite this, towards Tien Zombie and also Zephyr, who, of course, Tien, not the best of starts. Yes, they got a little bit of points under their belt, but also Zephyr crucially needs to really carry this game away. And with Tien and also, of course, Ricky ending up with so many points, surely if they can keep alive in that game that we have just seen them in, they need to at least come out with a win themselves.
Okay, and oh my god. Okay, no. That is...
Oh, you see it in his face.
Okay. You can see it.
You saw it.
It's the pistol. It's the pistol against him as well. He missed the pump. He missed the shotgun. And that is... Oh god. Like, so from as far as we know, this is the second game of Tien Zombie instead of the third. And this is just not a great start. And that is also the... The potential disrespect that's come through from this team as well. Okay, I mean, I guess that's the second game done so quickly, and I think it's safe to say that Zavika is out. Right, 2 games of 0 points.
Yes,
it's okay. We do not expect that. That is literally 0 points, I think, and that's his run done. He's played with both influences. Maybe he's the problem, but that is a bit harsh to say. On the side, definitely, you can see that this is just the difference between, I don't know, everything and nothing, right? Like, this is Kwang Kun, Reiki with aggression, with a rotation, with proactiveness, also with a little bit of strategic, lagging behind the zone as well to clear. So we've seen variety here. On the other side, just struggling right now. So Tien Zombie, like, good news is he's got 2 more to go, right? As the influencer, there's a lot of redemption to do.
I really am worried, though, for, of course, now those else in the lobby, because you are still looking at Ricky alive in the final 8. It is only getting better for Ricky as that top player. It's only getting better for Kwang Kun, who has had multiple great games so far. So I think there is also a concern not only on the players, but also Tien. If he wants to continue to progress in the Vietnam final, he has to come out with the most beautiful performances in his next 2 games, because Kwang is also running away with this game.
Yeah, like right now, it's just likely that we will see them in the finals. I would say Series 2 of the finals, because it's the finals overall today, right? But the Series 2 where we have the winners bracket, seems like these two might have a chance to join up again and try to tear down the lobby again. So whether they can consistently do this without getting punished is another matter. Like right now, Gatka, we talk about it already, very, very empty on the side. And with, okay, someone's getting shot, and seems like this is where the support can come in, because you can see Quan losing some HP there. The support can come in, or maybe just a scout outside the circle. I have no idea what's going on there, but it's just another 5 players for them.
I am very concerned, though, in the way that they are playing this. They are consistently driving around. And yes, they are grabbing kills. It seems to be working, but
11.
to my own view, right, 11 kills through from Ricky. It's insane amount of kills coming through from 330 points from points alone from kills, never mind the fact they're in the top 5. Now they're heading in towards another 400 points for being first with a chicken dinner. This is a maddening game coming through from Ricky and Quan, but the way that they approach this, I think, is very nature aside to how normal games are played, into the difference in what we would have expected in a pro player game. If this was pro play, we would have probably expected, right, about 4 teams, 5 teams alive at this point, everyone snaking inside the grass.
Yeah, and I think it's really the intersection between the points here that is like important, and that is, wow, is that a gift? That might be a gift. Just say, hey, there's someone here, you're my favorite streamer, come take this, right? And that was just a very quick. It's like he knows someone's in there, and this is them. This is huge, right? Like, there's no way, like, they either both get the highest amount of placement points by taking out the last guy, or one of them will, okay, Ricky's disconnected, I don't know what's going on, please don't let him go out at third. Like, Quan needs to find this last guy, and here comes the vehicle mark on the minimap as well. That is him on his way to finish this last one.
It is. It's only going to be one more player. He seems to have found him on the edge of the blue zone. There it comes. Tarzan. They've got it. And a beautiful game coming through from Quan and Ricky. Quite frankly, I think this is probably going to be our player that we see coming through from Vietnam. I mean, it's going to need to be a 20 kill game coming through from someone else if they want to even remotely match what Ricky has just put down.
It's not even that, Wolf. Like, some of them got 0 points in the first game. So you need to not only take that, but you need to have at least 15 kills, I would say, to be on top. But hey, but you know what? You didn't have to be the best. You need to be the best 2 out of 4, right? To make it a winner's bracket, then we start from scratch. That is where things get a little bit tricky. That is where we actually allowed the sort of wings from the Japan region to actually get a higher point compared to the beast from South Korea being DS Sporter, because Sporter got easily 16, 17 kills like in Series 1 of the finals, but doesn't matter. That final 1 game is where, you know, there's luck involved or whatnot, but that is where you really, you know, show your cards. Just 1 game to do it all. Like, so it's good to have those game plan down. That's not too much of a coin flip, in my honest opinion, but, you know, after all, it's their choice.
It's up to them and their own destiny. Tarzan, I think, quite frankly, though, also Kwang another different level. And I mean, I'm going to take it straight through back onto Testry. That was an insane game.
No. Just finish your sentence. Just finish your sentence.
Oh, no, I want to ask. I mean, do you think Kwan then is the player and the celebrity to watch? Because this is insane coming through from at least our perspective of watching it.
It was really, really good, and we were, I think, waiting for this duo. Yeah? Quan and Ricky are absolutely amazing. I think those first 2 games was only a warm-up, and now they're on fire, and Ricky is absolutely very lucky to play with Quan, and Quan is very lucky to play with Ricky. I don't know what happened at the end when Ricky was disconnected. Probably it will be only not chicken dinner for him because he got disconnected. Yeah, this is our rules. Maybe admins will say differently, but it's enough. It's enough, I think, to be in top 2 of the 4 guys that we have in final, and I think Quan will be the best among the influencers, so they will play again in the final, I think, and I hope that we will see a game like that. Yeah, 11 eliminations for Ricky, almost a chicken dinner. it could be a chicken
Should be
in
one.
but
Yeah.
it should be. It should be. But
It should be,
he
like-
got disconnected. I think, it is better to be disconnected at this point than in the final. Yeah, because the points are very, very, very important. So I think you are very happy with this game too. But let's talk about Tien Zombie for a minute. We have a quick analysis from you, Professor Tarzan, about this game that we saw? It was like, if you to the viewers right now, if you are blinking so much, you could miss that. But there was one game, Tien Zombie. Probably he was playing with Zephyr, I think.
Yes, and he's played 2 so far. One they made it to around 20th place, but he's got one kill and got taken out very quickly. And the other one is when they were once again in therapy at that early game when they went out 90th place, like something ridiculously low. You can see from the player's face, and I think that's why I mentioned that we like face cam from time to time. You can see the disappointment, you can see the frustration.
Yes.
But the
yes.
mentality is so important. Like, to be fair, like if that is how you feel and you slowly gain the confidence back, then you didn't go hot drop, right? There's many ways to gain that back, and that is where the highest caliber players need to be able to do, is knowing the mistakes in that moment, but not to be too self-defeating, right? There's a difference between being humble and self-defeating, so you just really sabotage yourself. I think from just facial expressions, there's something that he may have to fix, and that there's still a chance. Like, that's the thing though, that was his second. 2 more games to go, just need to play a safe game. And never forget to have fun. The pressure can get to him easily on stage, but we're not here for that, we're here for the fun.
Yes, we have for the fun, but when people are watching you, maybe, okay, if you are playing like for fun at home, off stream, okay, you can smile like Highland Wolf, but if you are on the stream, on the SkillzVault, you actually cannot. So Highland, I thought that he will just throw away his headphones, because I don't know if you see that,
right?
but after he touched his headphones, and I was sure, oh my God, he's going to throw it away, but he didn't. So maybe okay, I'm on the stream, I'm on the camera, so but there was some frustration. So guys, we're going on a quick break. Okay, sure, let's go.
I was gonna say, like, it comes down to that mentality as well, right? It's something we didn't mention in the game, was actually coming now into the next game, and I think it's so Professor does an acid break, is actually the mentality of him coming in afterwards.
Okay, so guys, you see Tien Zombie right now. He is very, very focused. Okay, I see his face right now. He is only thinking about winning. And we are starting this match right now because we want to, because this is a third game of Tien Zombie, and Quan have played already 3 games. So we will try to merge it. Okay, let's go, guys. Let's watch this game.
Ooh.
Oh, we are straight on in. Tarzan.
Hot drops again.
Man. I know. I'm nervous for him. I saw it. I am incredibly nervous through. I mean, Zephyr as well. Interesting enough to see Zephyr back on board. Tarzan, is this going to be Zephyr's third game indeed?
I think, okay, I need to find out, because I feel like I've just seen them play. So it could be a remake.
Are we watching someone else?
When they went out, when they were on therapy, I feel like it's them too, right? It is these 2 guys who basically got killed. But maybe it's round 2. Like, we've got a second chance. Maybe we are a tournament.
True. Could have been technicalities.
So,
could have been technicalities. Yeah.
Could be. We will find out. And right now, the comms are coming through though, and Rozok, good place to drop. And still, it's tricky. It's tricky in the sense that it's still very punishing for those who are caught slacking. We're talking about I button. We talk about looking around, and there is some issues, right? Or maybe that's the technicality thing that we were talking about. Zombie's got some issues right there as well. But you know what, guys? relax. Let's take a breather. Like, you know, the technical side of things is always just bread and butter for
Look
us.
at him go.
We work.
Sorry,
Yeah,
I'm just
look at
looking at Quan. He's like dancing in his chair. He's ready, man. Like...
Is he? He was
yeah,
bouncing.
he's shaking back and forth.
Head. Yeah, that
Oh
was,
man, look at him. The concentration.
He got into the zone. He got into the zone towards the end of that game, right? So now he's back, and you know what? Once again, no stranger to hot drops, all the way to the southeastern tip of Pochinki. My favorite side as well, I'd say, is either this or the north. It's a good way to clear your back and work linearly towards the center parts of this town. And early, I mean, like we've seen the display of the talent, right? Like, he is good. He is good, and Ghost is back. And Ghost comes in with a pump. 1 and second comes through. The team has been so quick in this first skirmish, and they get themselves some very much needed early momentum.
And it's going through the points to Ghost, so potentially Quan maybe also gives points to Ghost in this situation. Can Ghost pick up every kill? Does he then feed points, funnel them in to Ghost? So this is the decision coming through from Quan. Won't give away that one though. That one will go away. Actually, no, 2 Ghosts as well, should I be arguing? So that's going to be only 2 confirmed through to him. And I do believe another team already dead. It seems just to continue when you play with Quan. He's really, as we said, found his form from those blunders in the first game. And now already coming out hot off the press in the 4th game for him.
4th game, last one for him, and if he can make this huge, he will be playing with those top 2 out of the 4 from those players. And you know what? It's just a pleasure to watch. You know, the confidence level. I'm trying to think, right? Even if I'm in this game, even if I drop Pochinki, I feel like I have learned to not play so cocky. Like, but this is good. Like, it's actually extremely fun. Like, if you just don't feel too sad for dying, then you just try to swamp across, right? Like, test your reflex, you know, like allow someone to camp so that you can show them who's better, right? I have a quick reflex and we just take you back down. And right now, working their way through the north side of Pochinki, 3 kills on board already. This is almost embarrassing, like, for the other players. They are so good. They found this early pace, and this almost feels like there's no stopping them.
But they need a win on board for Ghost here, because do not be fooled in the sense Tarzan and Ghost has already missed a game. So yes, he is performing well so far in the early stages, but there's still 77 players alive. We need another miracle chicken dinner win for Ghost, I think, at the very least, if he wants to challenge through onto Ricky. But if he does get that, you said, of course, it is the top 2 that go through to the winners bracket when it comes to the finals, and then that locks it completely up. And I think for Zephyr and for Achivo, that could be them done if it does end up being the case that Ghost comes out with a big win.
Ooh, big win is on his way. I can feel it. They have time to be in Pochinki. You know what else is good about this? This is not pro play. We talk about it already, but it allows this type of idea of, you know, slow edge. And teams would just say, okay, we'll slowly come through to the edge on Pochinki, and then actually maybe more kills going to their side. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case.
And almost spotted another one there. Maybe you found it. The shots coming in from through. Quan won't find it though, so they will have to actually be careful. Ghost as well will not find a kill. They do confirm. Finally, I think they have found it. Actually, excuse me, they do take out the knock. Could not come through on the kill feed, as it is going to be so many players dying. But finally, it is number 5 through from Ghost already. And if I'm mistaken, 150 points, make it 180. Just as I speak out the numbers, as it only continues up. Ghost is destroying people, albeit if he was asleep before, he is certainly awake right now.
Wow. I mean, this is... Okay. I feel like if this is how it's going to go, it will be between Ghost and the side of Ricky. And I'm so glad that I can pronounce both names, by the way. No hate against the names that I can't pronounce, but, you know, it's like...
Hey, look, you can perform all the Chinese names too. Look, I can't do this, so... You were flexing on me the other day.
Well, I feel like it's just good sharing, right? Like it's always interesting in what people put in their name. Like, you can see that sometimes it's something about their real name or something more mythical and cool, right? Like, as it in a sci-fi movie. That is the more Western style of names. Like, the Eastern one is more like emotional, poetic, and sometimes more troll in a way. Who calls yourself heat insulation, man? Like, what is that? You know, why would you call yourself? Okay, it's like stuff like that, right? But skirmish doesn't stop. This is a challenge. Up on farm, but ghosts get knocked.
Oh man, Ghost has been boiled. They're about heat. They are feeling it right now. Quan has to carry him. Oh, he's found one. Has he found the second? Yes, he has. And now he will even go for the revive. Will not leave Ghost out to die. And they keep their hopes, their run alive. But the red zone is on top of them, so they will have to stop when it comes to being aggressive for the meanwhile, albeit risk getting bombed.
Yeah, like, I mean, that was good. Like, you can see the quick hip fire in the strafing in the shot range. The new sound for headshots, by the way, is so good. I love it so much. Like, it makes you more conditioned to headshot because you like the sound because it sounds so crisp, and you could see Kwang Kun making it work so well. But this is an oopsie moment potentially in the burning vehicle. That is 2 shots from.
Oh, I've seen it before.
They're sitting in fire and they are not catching on fire, and the feet is getting burned. It's barbecue right
in
now.
a red zone.
In the red zone, yes.
I mean,
please God, please no.
Oh, that was close. That was close, Tarzan. I saw it. I saw the explosion. It caught the eyes and the screen. Oh my days, that was close. That was scary. I mean, there's been many times where at the start of my casting career, Tarzan, and I watched PUBG games, you know, we used to joke about the red zones, and then they actually happen.
Yes, yes, I mean, but how do we rotate out of here now? We're back to the other type of worries. Like, I'm glad that they respected that, but it's just so tempting.
Respect was close. When you see, it was close.
Yeah, you see a moving cloud of smokes. Everyone would want to spray that down. Thank God they found a new one. And man, okay. And the challenge upon another team, and that is a good spray coming through. The 2 Ps from Kwang Kun. He's been taking these 2 pieces, like 1 magazine, and they're getting 2. Like the trade earlier, the refrag plus taking out the support, and then right now the quick spray onto 2 players. He is showing some great mechanics.
But the kills are going to Quan and not going to Ghost. That is crucial because, of course, yes, Ghost missed out on a game, so he essentially also had a bad performance, and that then opens the door, of course, to Achivo, who still has to play their second match too. And that's curious to me if Achivo can then pull out something beautiful enough to be able to steal away that second position, because they are going to need something real darn nice.
Well. Yes, and we are on par to setting some records. And I think when it comes to Series 1 or Finals, the record is held by Sporter. No, it might not be him. Like, we talk about personal stats here because this is how the math works, okay? So it's not just him. I feel like it might be Sadu TV, the influencer, who got up to 16 kills or something like that. It's just too many points to not get qualified, right? But it's the Series 2 that we're talking about. That is where we really set those records. But now on par to making some huge run. And I think Ghost may just have this one game wonder, right? Like 30 more players, no, 28 to be exact, for them to kill. And maybe he can join into the bracket. I think like at this pace, it's almost just easy to say that Sevilla is a bit too far from qualifying, but I mean, like, mentality still has to be there because the battle between the 3rd and 4th place is still very much, an intense one.
I agree. I think Thea is probably going to be looking. Now, unfortunately, a series of events for him, maybe not qualifying, but He just keeps coming
Triple
with the
headshot.
kills, Tarzan. He's just raking them in at this point. I mean, the focus, we questioned at the start, but oh my goodness, it is here. They're looking for another one. They can see him. Is that nade gonna land? That'd be beautiful. No, it won't. It's gonna go wide, but they can spot him in the building. Does that one land a second? No, it will not either, but they are being flushed out of their hiding as a third will drop in.
Okay. And they actually get those finishes as well. Man, the two-piece, and they synchronized the utilities as well. That was a great one to just clear that building. And to be fair, you just need around 3 to 4 nades to completely take out that building and the 2 floors, to be fair. And they got the info, they got the job done. 9 kills and 8 kills respectively. Man, Quan-kun is basically he is the general, right? Like, he is the guy leading and bring the best out of our players. It just feels that way, and it's great. But you know what's the most amazing thing? It's just his presence. I feel like he hasn't uttered a single bloody word, but it's the
Right.
instincts, right? Like,
Right.
it's like playing the classic game where you can't hear. Like, you see sometimes you got these OP teammates, but they don't use comms. You have that quick chat function where you say, turn on voice chat. And there's people who would keep spamming that. And Quan-kun is the type that will ignore you and just play the best game still.
Yeah, man, he's got emotes turned off if there's an option. Quan, he is quietly, I think, dismantling all of these lobbies that he is in. Of course, he makes it look so easy, but I think to the extent actually that you also then have to look actually towards, well, Ricky and Ghost, because they have also put up a wacky performance when it comes to getting those kills, getting those high points on board. And it isn't just Quan on his lonesome, because when you have seen Quan on his own, yes, he is still being a dominant figure, but not dominant enough to 1v2. And that is something where the help of that extra ally comes in, and that extra support is really required.
Yes. And we talk about bridge claim. Okay, God. Like, speaking of bridge, did you see the zone for PMPL Western Europe yesterday, match 5? Literally from phase 4 or 5, it's gone to the bridge or something on the hard shift. And other than
I saw that at Georgia Pool one.
Yes,
Yes.
And then we've seen all these new mechanics. It's like one of those games that need to really happen once for teams to know how you can still kind of shoot when you're still in the water. You need a teammate to be basically your floating board, and oh my god, that was that was a very, very good one. And right here, bridge action, we love it because it shows really good macro sense, I guess. Like, you can't overly focus on one side, but you also need to know how to make the sweet angles work.
Now, towards the South Island, though, I think that actually, potentially here, Quan goes, they seem to be going for that risky strategy on the bridge, trying to catch out those late rotations. But also, you could have actually taken out high ground. You could have gone up towards the mountain. And that is also something I think when it comes to the final few series of players, information is going to be very important. Of course, you want those kills, but you have to find that point of reset. And if there is any criticism that I want to give to Quan and to Ghost, is that they don't seem to ever, in their games, find this point of good reset, where they actually go say, hey, you know, we've got the kills, now we need to actually have a look over this vision. Where can we actually scout out more people on the map? Where do we want to reposition properly?
Exactly. I think that is where you see the topic of smart aggression comes in, right? The calculated aggression, you need to take it into consideration, the landscape, right? But of course, right now when we talk about this, the key thing, I feel like when it's dual mode, you don't need 2 on the bridge. You need 1, and then the other one to set up to, so if there's someone that knows, oh, the bridge has been very noisy, we want to reverse gatekeep them. So that is the problem. You need to keep one on bridge and the other one for an off angle, also to set a backdrop if they ever need to retreat back towards the southern island. And that is how I would short call it, right? But they have their style, and after all, this is a different caliber and a different type of scenario, and this is what I respect as well, like knowing that there could be none. And respecting the high ground upon high ground, the other power positions that they may or should focus on.
Yeah, for sure. When it comes to that high ground, when it comes to that information, we seem to have finally been able to grasp that idea now, heading further towards the zone, and also as that zone does close in either way on top of them. But we're down to the final 14, and I'm curious also to actually take a peek and see if Ghost and Quan will then again go round the entirety of his zone in the vehicles and try to hunt out players, because it seemed to work out in the past. But I'm still not a fan of it. Maybe I'm just stuck in my ways of watching so much pro play and being more quiet towards the later edges of the match. But I still think that it is asking to be shot down.
Man, this is why, to be fair, this is why some of them have swapped from a buggy to a dash. But this, okay, this is very typical. Okay, but one not right now, and the quick finish, it's the confidence that comes through. It's the pre-fire and to move in. I cannot believe, okay, maybe there's a car park outside. It was a very decisive crash. And then the refract comes through, and that was just good play. And the second time now goes, put the damage in, get not, but the refract and trading comes through. Like, trading is the most important skill in PUBG. Like, it not solos, but for duo and squads. That's it. You don't let someone go down for nothing. It's essentially the idea, right? You add pressure. It's about response. It's about supporting angles. But yes, right now Ghost needs a helmet. That's what he's lost in that skirmish.
But also, I am so shocked that that duo that they just eliminated inside the shed did not come out when they were driving and take them down, because they're in a buggy. There was no protection for that second player, who could have easily been knocked on vehicle, on route, up towards the hill the first time they went across. And I think this is the sort of punish that we should have expected to see be put onto Quan and Ghost. But because we're in a normal lobby, and because we are in a pro game, we don't see that come through, and are able still to actually not be punished, instead actually take the kills for themselves, which to me is mind-boggling.
I guess so, yeah. Like, to be fair, we do expect those, right? Like, you know what? I'll go with the same views. Like, I trust you. Like, and I think we are starting to have this similar ideas of the game from time to time. Is that a good thing? Am I a bad influence to you? Like, you have to be honest.
No, I feel like I've gotten smarter. Maybe I hope. I hope so. I've grown IQ.
Brilliant. Oh, that is sweet. And you know what? I was all ready for no. You are strict and terrible, which is also true, to be fair. And right now,
No,
it seems
Tarzan,
like they are just
that's not
pondering-
true. Hey, no,
Really?
no. Tarzan, you can't just like sideways this one, you know. tells me he's terrible, and he's like, anyways, guys, this is the late game. In match number 3, I'm a terrible person, but we're gonna completely ignore this. No, Tarzan, you're not a terrible person, and I tell you this on camera, you are not.
Oh, that's so lovely. You know what? Like, this is the backstory, right? Like, we talk about synergy, and the best duo here today is not them. Is me and Highland Wolf, right? That's not quite true because English is not quite spoken. That it should be Highland Wolf and I, right? You know, like these things where you just get extremely asked about small things, and so yeah, like as a caster, if I can say that, if Highland Wolf and I, quote unquote, then I deserve to be the best duo today. We deserve to be, and right now on our screen is the two who's trying to challenge that position because. My god, they've been fragging out, and we thought we'd seen a very good game just now. This could be an even better one, and we have an ending in none other than the wonderful military base.
I like what they're doing, though. They're coming in towards the high ground. They're not challenging straight in the open of the base itself. They seem to have also spotted, of course, a duo or potentially a solo inside behind a rock and are shooting down upon him. The Jeep is being lit up, but they cannot find the bullets into the players' bodies just yet. They're gonna push. I know. This is what's shocking to me. They're going straight on in. They have no mercy. Quan and Ghost going in for the hot drop, but they might have already ran away. Where have they gone to? Where have the snakes disappeared off? Now they hunt round. Of course, they can't have gone far.
This can be scary. I mean, the decision to push is very, very quick. So they could have gone for exactly that. But this is where, if someone's know a smart retreat and find a new bit of cover and play reactively, they can actually get the dub. And that is the issue right now. They're still playing a hyper-aggressive style. And you know what? It can work out. I feel like there's a better way to do it. We'll find out when anyway. The Grotza is too strong as well.
Oh, that was where they were hiding, Taz, and they've been eliminated. I believe it was only one player, so they will take the loot. They will run away. But they are, of course, in a position where it is still late game. There are going to be players inevitably inside small military base. So also, there could be players high up. Don't forget that actually when you look towards Novka, my eyes actually are set on the high ground of those scaffolds just outside of the base in the C compound itself. I'm really actually intrigued to see if players are going to take on that high ground, because that could be something that really does make it tricky for Ghost and Quang if they then want to rotate in onto the buildings itself.
Yes, and I love it. You know, this is literally them from one hot drop spot to the second, now moving on to the third, and we just get to see it. I love military base. I think it's just old school, right? Like, I'm old. We know that now, right? Like, and also old school. And in here, this is where things get a little bit tricky, I think, because early game military base and end game is very, very different. I would say it's not the same like for other parts of the map. Like, it's the similar essentials, but because you've already looted up, so you do not need to be around certain spots, you know, for the loot for primary compounds. Like, here is different. The outskirts may be stronger, and this is what we call the ECT. Was it EZT? Like something control tower, something like that. And this is going to be that finish right here. And Ghost finds it, and it's actually a player that we've seen on Killfleet earlier with the MG3. So now the very strong drop weapon is in the hands of two very strong players.
And if Bannercell's inside of the compound too, but they're not going to stop, they're going to continue to search. This is hyper aggressive when it comes to being so darn open inside of the final couple zones itself. But it's all down to the fact that they are calling everyone else's bluff inside this lobby. They are all the other players being so silent, so stealthy, but then too stealthy to where they completely allow Ghost and Quang just to breach them. And from there, they're in a 1v2 situation which they cannot win. But Quang and Ghost just have way more firepower.
Yeah, and I mean, that was where they actually propel themselves even further. It's the ACT, I realized. It's like air control, like tower or something like that. So
yes,
little small name there, and it helps when it comes to studying the map, when it comes to comms. And right now, they're doing the most ruthless thing ever. They are challenging everyone who has, you know, the guts to come into the circle early and actually just, in a way, ignoring those who are still coming from the outside. You know what? Like, I take that back. They are literally still going out of the circle and slowly finding for more. I wouldn't disagree with that, as long as they know they've got a clear entry path back in.
It's going to be now up to if they can continue to close out this. So keep in mind, crucially, it's going to still be a plethora of kills through from Ghost. So now with Zephyr's 2 games being done, I'm really looking down to if Achibo can achieve, quote-unquote pun, get into that point. Don't worry, Tarzan, there'll be more puns later. Can achieve
puns later.
This is can achieve the underboard, because I think that now it comes down to Achibo being the only player who can really match this, other than Ghost. Of course, Ricky going to be confirmed through if Ghost is then the next one to join him, but also to the extent that when it comes to who these players have played with, is there a slight advantage in the sense that Ghost in also Ricky played with Quan second, because they seem to be that Quan, as he has found his form through the day, has been able, yes, of course, Ghost Ricky being stellar performance themselves, but being much more better Quan at carrying the game with them.
Yeah, I mean, right now we are going slightly, we're quite close, right, to the record right here. Was it 11 that we got the last game? So Ghost is now tied, right? But this is Ghost's first game, maybe. So he is doing very, very well. So he needs to have a very decent, like quite decent, doesn't have to be a very decent second game with the side of Zombie. Then he should be top 1. Like in top 2, we will need to bump down Ricky for that. Not sure about the math yet, but we are still hanging around here. And this is where they really get tested even more, right? A little bit between. Then, yeah, this is the final zone. Actually quite empty. And here come some shots.
They're continuing to drive. Maybe they've found those shots. They were desperate to run him over. Quan, there's no cares in the world when he can just eliminate him through a double knock all the way through to Exodus Bale. And he's going to drive over the second. What the heck is he going for? Ghost will drop about a double for Quan. This is disgusting to watch. He's not quite done yet. He takes the shots. He finds the final one. Ghost does not need to even be in the game to carry. Flexes those neck muscles, scratches it back, and takes his way through to a second chicken dinner in a row.
Was it? Like I was thinking it should say chicken dinner, right? But if it says it's ended there, and then he scratched the back of his neck, maybe they got taken out at second place instead. So it would be second and third place, and not first and first, because if he finished the last kill before the last guy, before the teammates gets finished, then he was still practically survived, like towards the end. So that is the tricky thing right here. But man, we are in for those treats, but we are needing to catch back up as well, right? With the side of Tian Zombie, we've got, a little bit catching up to do. There's a little bit of just a lobby, a little bit of glitches here and there. So he still needs to do his third and fourth match, which is actually a good break for some of these players. And we need to see how that will come through. And then we'll find out who goes to Series 2. So do stay tight, because we've got a long way to go.
All
so,
right.
Yeah,
Either way, though. Either way, yeah. We're gonna head over to the commercials. You can see, of course, we have had a lot of action, and we're gonna take it through to the break task. And as we said, we'll see you guys on the other side of Test Street.
A huge amount of time spent on developing a new security standard in crypto has paid off. In November 2020, the Bitcoin Vault 3-key security solution was launched on mainnet. Therefore, Bitcoin Vault has delivered on its promise to become a cryptocurrency allowing reversible transactions. It is time to move forward. In the coming years, the team behind Bitcoin Vault will focus on 6 work streams. Number 1, development. Our main goal here will be to become a part of a decentralized application ecosystem revolving around Ethereum 2.0. That's why we want to create a wrapped version of Bitcoin Vault by the end of 2021. Number 2, security. We have our own team of blockchain security experts who audit the code on a regular basis. It's better to be safe than sorry. That's why we stay ahead of dangers and potential loopholes or bugs in the system. We will work with external partners to apply any fixes necessary, perform penetration tests, and at some point work with community and white hats on blockchain security. Number 3, user experience. Bitcoin Vault apps will continue to improve. In the coming years, we will focus on collecting user feedback and applying it to redesign our products to make them user-friendly, convenient, and fresh. Number 4, products. Along with IT development, we are strongly focusing on market adoption with new products in the pipeline. In 2021, we want to launch staking products with our partner support and connect the Bitcoin Vault ecosystem to fiat currencies. Number 5, marketing. Awareness. This will be our marketing and communication focus for the next few years. Despite years of rapid development, only a small percentage of people around the world use crypto. It's time for a change. And last but not least, Number 6. Quantum computing. The final workstream is more long-term. We are looking at quantum computing concepts with a lot of expectations. What would that mean for blockchain and distributed ledger technology? We will partner with public institutions and private businesses to find a new role for blockchain projects supporting emerging technologies. We cannot predict the future, but we can shape it. Join us. Find out more by visiting our website at btcv.com. Hello BTCV enthusiasts! In this video you will find instructions on how to receive or deposit BTCV, as well as how to make secure, fast, secure and cancel transactions. Before we start, make sure you already created a 3-key Vault wallet on your Gold Wallet app. You will also need your fast transaction key and cancel transaction key to make transactions. How to receive or deposit BTCV. Tap Wallets in the menu at the bottom of the screen. Select the wallet to which you want to deposit or receive BTCV. Tap Receive. Tap Share Wallet Address to share your wallet address or the QR code with the person who is going to send you BTCV. You can also indicate the amount of BTCV you would like to receive. That's it! How to make a secure, fast transaction. Tap Wallets in the menu at the bottom of the screen. Select your 3-key Vault wallet from which you want to send BTCV. Tap Send. Enter the amount of BTCV you want to send. Enter the wallet address of the person you want to send it to. You can also tap the QR code icon to scan the QR code of the wallet. You can also add an optional note. Select Secure Fast Transaction from the list. Tap Next. Open the Fast Transaction Key PDF on your second device. Tap Scan on the Gold Wallet mobile app. Scan the private key QR code from the PDF. Check the details and tap Send Now. Enter your transaction password and tap Confirm. Your transaction is now complete. Tap Return to Dashboard to return to the main screen. How to make a secure transaction. Tap Wallets in the menu at the bottom of the screen. Select your 3-key Vault wallet from which you want to send BTCV. Tap Send. Enter the amount of BTCV you want to send. Enter the wallet address of the person you want to send it to. You can also tap the QR code icon to scan the QR code of the wallet. You can also add an optional note. Select Secure Transaction from the list. Tap Next. Check the details and tap Send Now. Enter your transaction password and tap Confirm. Your transaction is now complete. Tap Return to Dashboard to return to the main screen. How to cancel a transaction. Tap Wallets in the menu at the bottom of the screen. Select your 3-key Vault wallet from which you want to cancel the transaction. Tap Cancel. Select the transaction you want to cancel and tap Next. Set a transaction fee. Enter the address of the wallet where you want to send your funds. You can also tap Use address of this wallet to revert the funds to the current wallet. You can also add an optional note. Tap Next. Open the Cancel Transaction Key PDF on your second device and type in the seed phrase to the mobile device. You can also scan the private key QR code. Now open the Fast Transaction Key PDF on your second device and type in the seed phrase to the mobile device. You can also scan the private key QR code. Check the details and tap Cancel Now. Enter your transaction password and tap Confirm. Your transaction is now cancelled. Tap Return to Dashboard to return to the main screen. Thank you for watching.
Okay.
Hey, we are back, Tarzan, for what is Tian. Now, third game, everybody. So we are, of course, going to still have 2 more from Tian. We've still got 1 more game coming in for Quan Kun. So it is 3 games in total of action. This time, it's going to be Ghost, though, straight on back into the action, but with Tian Zombie, of course. See if he can replicate what he just did in the first match, because that was a big fat win coming through from Ghost.
Yes. So Ghost need to bring that on for Tian Zombie, because I was saying,
I know, right?
Tian Zombie to replicate what he did, he died. Like, I was like, why would you want that? But you got. I get it now. Like, it's Ghost from what he's done earlier, and it's so close as well. Like, but the problem is though, we need to still benchmark how good Tian Zombie is. Yeah, against maybe Kwang, as well as, Ghost as well, because let's not forget that Ghost is the one who put some early damage in, then getting knocked. Then the teammate has to wrap it up. So if you get these opening knocks as almost the entry fragger, but then Tian Zombie failing to get up and to do the refrag, etc., then it can be very, very wrong. Very, very bad. But Ghost, after all, this is the second game for him, and it's important, right? Because he's got a huge dub in the first one, and he doesn't need to go all the way to win this one to make it to Series 1, like Series 2, I should say.
That's
Series
true.
2, everything, we start from 0, and it's important to get some good time as well. And speaking of good time, right? What's the most famous person you know, or something like that? Like, maybe at some lifetime, the biggest, most popular person that you've known or you've met might be this one streamer that you somehow get to share this one game with, right? The 30 seconds or 30 minutes if they make it towards the end. So it's good to have some fun as well, knowing that how this can be a once in a lifetime. It's not really about the fame as well, but the chance to work with someone who has made some progress in the scene, they've definitely done something right.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I actually thought you were asking me there for a second. I was starting to think through my head of who I've even met before. Like, I was like, it could be Max Man or Imperium, but like, I've also met other people from PUBG Mobile. They could be like even bigger, being in the scene slightly longer. So I'm just saying, like, also there's a lot of big people that I know, and I was very scared, Tarzan. That is what I'm trying to put my point across. You scared me. You almost caught me off guard. You've been like, "Yo, Highland Wolf, who you met? Who's your most famous person that you know?" And I'd be like, "Oh, sheesh, man. Why are you doing me like this, Tarzan? I thought we were friends," coming off of what I said in the last game. Like,
it's a happy sharing time. What do you mean I put you on the spot? It's like,
I don't like this pressure. Can't multitask.
You don't like it? Oh, God. Okay. I guess he's knocked down for some happy sharing. Like, he's still in assignment mode. Like, he's like, if you ask me something, it's a task, it's a homework, and that stresses me out. Don't ask me anything, you say, and you know what?
Don't talk to me.
Anything as well. Don't talk to me. Do not say anything. Everything you do stresses me out. Someone send him to therapy. Someone help him out, please. And but yeah, the first time in a very long time that we're seeing a flare gun being used. So this is the utmost, is the highest level bait or taunt, right? We've got a flare gun. We're not ashamed to shoot it. It has good stuff inside. Come fight me. Is essentially what you say, right? And so this is the test. And you know, this is not the time for TN Zombie to go out. We've got 2 huge games beside with Kwang. Like, this is the utmost redemption. Is catch-up time.
Well, you know what, Tarzan? Guess what Tian is rocking? He is rocking the darndest Uzi of all, man, and he is ready to take them out. He goes for the snipe. He tries to find them, but he can't quite find a full one. He's got extended mag, though, so he's got a few extra bullets in his clip. We'll try to find the extra one. We'll find it. There it comes in through and goes with the help of course, Tian is able to find, but confirmed in kill. That's going to be number 1 for them. But they have to keep going because, of course, there is where's the other player. They are duo, and he's struggling to get up the hill. It is the most difficult of a Sultan Summit. There is 3 players, I believe, up there. That is some teaming or some craziness going on inside that normal lobby, but they can take down a squad. I believe in them.
It's all the flare gun. They shoot the flare gun. The typical hot drop school apartment teams bring the car and come in, take Rosart Hill with the high ground, trying to stop anyone from looting it. And now here comes the flank with the Mini 14 and M4 loadout. This can be huge, but the problem is against the high ground into footstep range with 100 meters to separate between the players. This could be too scary.
Oh, it is. There he goes down. Tian, he knows he's made a mistake. You can see it on his face. He's smiling. He knows he's done bad. And there's 100 meters behind. He might just get away with this one, though. And he's hoping that his teammate is there to support him. You can see him on the flank side. He knows he has to be so careful. But I think Tian's run is over. Once again, he comes back down the hill. He's making it difficult for him to be killed. But this is so risky. He knows he is vulnerable and he needs that revive. More importantly, never mind the kill. But his needs comes through as well from his teammate. Ghost needs to do something, but he's not there. I think they may have just left him.
There's just no way to get a reset. Can someone give our man TN Zombie some points, please? Like, what a big rip right there. I think that's the thing, right? If you don't want to always die and live in death, it sounds weird, right? Live in death. Then you don't name yourself Zombie, right? Sometimes that's the culture side of me telling me you put the hopes in someone's name. No, it's not really the case. Everyone does that, right? You wouldn't name someone, you wouldn't give your son maybe a middle name like Carrot or something like that, right? You want to have a nice name, and you can see Ghost is still carrying himself through. And would that be the case? It's actually the 5th party coming through. Knock upon 2 teams.
They almost got it onto Ghost, but he won't be stopped. It's another surprise bait. It's a full squad Tarzan disaster for Tian as he gets dropped out of his 3rd game. There were so many players into that airdrop. That flare drop caused their demise. Man, that sucks. You can see it on his face when it comes after that death, his reaction to that of disappointment in himself, I think, as well as, of course, wishing he could have done more for his players. It's a tough game. It's just a tough day. Maybe it is a bad run. I'm hoping there's still one more game, Tarzan, for Zombie to play, but you can come out with that victory.
It's game sense, right? Like, we got to be harsh sometimes. Like, that is a little bit of that frustration coming through when you know you've done something. But of course, it's not just our views. We'll have Testry to join us to see what he thinks. I mean, it's been a rough day so far for TN Zombie, and I still can't shake it off. Like, the puns from the names. Why are you named Zombie? You are dead again and again and again. And he even almost got killed, I think, in the game that we are slowly getting a reset. The one where he had some technical issues. So not having the best day, but, you know, half of that, Highland Wolf, I feel like, is for himself, you know, to be blamed. And some of these decisions, man, is a little bit too aggressive.
Yeah, I think he is trying to be so aggressive, and again, when it comes to playing together, right, just not in a position to really cover and follow up on that play that Tian Zombie is trying to make. So as a result, they only get themselves both eliminated. That flare gun really did dangerous work, of course, to Ghost, as we said. There were so many players. I counted at least, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players possibly in that vicinity, plus the one they killed, make it 7. So there is so much potential there, but they didn't go about it the right way. And they should have actually been, if you're going to even take that airdrop, go take the airdrop, because keep in mind it landed through, but they never even really went to actually loot it up. They went for the kills. So that is also another real point that I'm curious about. Why didn't they just go for what they initially planned?
I will tell you what can be done differently. I think the problem is they have their airdrop in a spot that if they go to loot for it, they are the high grounds that can look at them. They should shoot it at a position where people need to go through tricky landscape, unpunishable, unresettable landscape to get to challenge them. For example, if they want to shoot it to the northwest of Razok, on that Razok hill, where the warehouse is, where we're at the highest, utmost start. We wait. I haven't finished my point test. Wait. Okay, we will shoot that.
I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying anything.
When people need to come to, go through huge fields, they need to. You still have the high ground, and you have time, right? And instead of someone pulling up in the distance, have high ground, can shoot you down when you're in the dip, looking at your new favorite weapon that you didn't get to use to finish the game with. So is that small decision that really expanded towards how the end game happened for them? Even end game is an early death. Yes, now you can speak. Welcome. I know what he's trying to do. The first time I asked for him, he doesn't come. When I didn't ask for him, he came in. I asked him, "Don't speak."
I'm just sensing a little bit of tension. I'm just gonna show between you two.
No, it's all a friendly thing. You should have seen.
Yeah, I'm a nice guy. I used to be a nice guy, so
Testry?
I'm trying to not interrupt.
You remember this
again?
There was one time when we had some audio things, and there's nothing. He keeps saying nothing.
Okay,
right?
but you can hear me right now, yeah? Or you are showing me. No, you can hear me right now.
I can hear you. I can hear you right now.
Oh,
don't worry.
Oh, perfect.
Don't worry.
You cannot do this. You cannot do this because there will be one day I will start swearing, and it will be very, very bad. So you absolutely cannot do something like this. No. Because I thought that you cannot hear me, but if you can, perfect. So as I said, I am a nice guy, so I didn't want to interrupt you. So I was sitting here and listening. And when you said we will have testry, I was sitting right here and I was ready. But sometimes you need to have time to change the scene and check if everything is okay. So I will tell you what is going on right now. So we are waiting for one of the players. To be exact, it's Ichibu, and if he will say, okay, I'm ready to play, we'll go to the 4th game of Tien Zombie, and Tien Zombie will play with Ichibu. If not, and I think it's like 1 minute left, we'll go straight to the finals. Ooh. And when we are talking about the finals, we can say that Quan was actually the best. Yeah, he was better than Tien Zombie, and he will play probably. I need confirmation, but I was counting it, so I think it's good. So he will play with Ghost, and he will play with Ricky. So if Ichiblue will not be able to play, then Zefirka is on the 3rd place right now.
Automatically.
Yeah. And actually.
Oh, so we.
Yeah, automatically. Yeah.
Okay, so we just need to see 2 match with no matches happening simultaneously. We can focus on one game after the next by Kwang and then the 2 players in the winners bracket. Right? Brilliant. We can focus on them, dig deep, and then that is also where the pressure comes through. Whoever. Okay.
Yes.
Gentlemen, I'll ask you a question. If you are one of the 2 players in the winners bracket, do you want to go first or do you want to go last?
I want to go first because... okay, well, there we go. We figured out the order.
Okay,
I mean,
okay. Why first?
Because I think, okay,
Why?
yes, it is risky if you get put out, but I think it's more pressure to have to sit and wait for your fate to be decided by someone else. Because then if they perform well, there's a lot more pressure on you to then also perform well. Whereas if you set the bar and you set a really good result, then, well, actually, you're going to have a lot more pressure on the other person. If you have a bad result, regardless of whether you go first or last, it doesn't matter because you're likely to still be out either way. It's a lot more about the mentality and about setting that scare factor of the other person after.
Okay. For me, is that
How
I
about
would
you?
like to go second because I know what I need to achieve. Okay, the other guy ended like in top 10 and made 5 kills. So if I want to beat him, I need to make more than top 10, maybe 7, maybe 6, and kill 6 guys. Yeah, and if I cannot do this, I cannot think actually about jumping to the jumping. I mean,
Far from the
I
center.
cannot be better
Edge.
than wings.
Yes.
The wings, yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, I think I would like to be second, yeah, because okay, here's the thing, and I need to be better than him, yeah. Because when I go first, okay, so I'm focused, okay, all right. I'm thinking about this other guy, yeah, that he can be better than me. So yeah, I think I would like to go second. And you, Professor, first or second?
I'm the influencer. What do you mean? Like I play both games. No, I'm joking. I play with you and then with you. Like that. That's how it works, right? Like, but no. I think I will go first as well because I understand like where you set the bar, and but sometimes I actually don't. If you give me either, I don't mind. First, second, I don't mind. I can find the narration to keep my mental strong anyway. I can see that you've done poorly. Of course, the pressure is not so high. If you've done so well, I would feel like, okay, this is competitive. It's going to be fun. But if I go first, I would just say, okay, I'll do my best. I'll just do that, get out of the way. Don't worry about it. Or if there is a mentality game involved, I'll play so well that they get a little bit scared that the next guy may underperform. So I win. So
Right.
I'm fine with both. If I want to do it, I would just get it over with as well. It's about, one right thought to make the most out of it. I'll have it now, done. I'll go have a drink when he plays, and I'll be happy with whatever like the outcome is.
Okay. So if somebody asks you, you will say, I'm gonna go first.
Play first.
Yeah? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So yeah. Okay. So we have like different mindsets, I think, because I would like to be the last guy, and okay, this guy was here, this guy was here, this guy was here, so I need to be really focused on be better. And I think the pressure is on the first guy also when you are playing your match. So for example. Because he's also watching, and oh my god, is he be better than me? He will do better, or he will do something bad. The pressure is on him too.
Yeah.
And I would like to ask the producer right now if we are going with the first or the second scenario, because it is very important if we are playing the last game of Teen Zombie, or we are going straight to the final, and we can talk about Ricky, and we can talk about Ghost. Okay.
We have a very long
are
minute.
Waiting 1 more minute for each. Yeah.
I think we
And
are
we
merciful
need to wait.
as well.
And we need to wait. Yes.
Anyway,
yes.
To be fair-
Yes. We are.
To be
Yeah,
fair, though,
we are.
like, quite frankly, Ricky is a standout performer for me. I'm not gonna lie, Ghost has a lot of work still to do. I think that Ghost also is very confident in the way that he plays and very aggressive, but I'm very nervous for him because if it is going to be Ghost versus Ricky in the finals, then how does he top the performance of Ricky? Because what we have seen from Ricky so far, it looks very scary and also equally just as confident, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But Ghost was sleeping well, so this is all.
He was sleeping
like
well.
Professor Kazan said. So I think
Okay.
it will be a fair fight. So I've got a message. Ichi Blue is not with us, but he is going away with $250 because that's what he for the fourth place. And we can now focus on the finals of the finals. So Kwan is playing with Ricky and with Ghost, and Tien Zombie before. I think he will play with Zephyrica, but like okay, they are not playing to achieve anything. I think this is the only like show match right now.
Hangout.
Because Zephyrica is right now he have $750 right now. So match is about to start. So guys, who do you think will win, Ricky or Ghost?
Ricky.
Give me a name. Ricky.
You know what? I'm just going to pick Ghost just because I think it would be more fun. It's really in the open. Like, if I really need to benchmark players, I would choose Ricky, but it's sometimes not down to us. It's about how they work as a duo. It's about the lobbies. It's a little bit of luck and execution. I'm going to go with Ghost this time around. I need to go for the one who slept more.
Okay. So, okay, that's the case. And also, you are saying us right now that you believe in ghosts. All right. So let's go.
That's a different
Thank you. You do. So guys, let's go straight to the final. Ricky or Ghost, they will play here. I don't know who is the first one. Doesn't really matter. Let's go.
Oh
Show
man,
match.
where's our celebrity gone? They've disappeared. Tarzan, we're on our own. It's only us two. It's a scary world, but I'm here with you. We're in the finals, and I know if it's long time with you,
Kurczę,
Tarzan,
nie mam
it's gonna
info.
be okay.
Dziukas, nie wiem czy mnie słyszysz, ale to wiesz, tak.
I mean, this is a show match, right? Like, I was going to say when I say when they say like Ichibu's not coming back, is because I was thinking, does that mean that we only get to see Tien Zombie when he was, in that type of situation? It doesn't do him justice. I want to see more from this man. Like, we invited him here to show us his skills. We invited him here to hang out with these maybe next generation streamers. And you can see Savik is trying to lead the way. He's been thinking. He said, Yasnaya? No. Razok? Maybe? And they may just go for North Georgia Port. And I think it's one good spot once again to test these early game skills again. So this is a show match. They have already gotten the third place, and this will be an important one if they want to at least have a good showing, make some montage at least out of this last game.
I really, really hope for both Tien Zombie and also Zafika, because both of these players, we know, and of course, Tien as well, being a celebrity, can put out the performance that they need to. It's now to show that, because we haven't seen that today. And I really feel also for Zafika, seeing as that was the player that I have watched through from the Vietnam qualifiers, knowing how good he can be, it is shocking to see him really underwhelmingly perform here in these finals. I really hope that, yes, it's only a show match, that we can see something special.
Well, this is a different display of talent, of a different skill. Zavik is just floating. I mean, and Zombies for sure just slowly dropping down at the end of that playing path. So I don't know what's going on, as we need to find out. But for now, right? Like, okay, you need to put your hand back on the device, sir. The device, because we want to see your comms, we want to see your skills. Stop hanging around. And Zaki's too far. No one's there, and your friend needs your help.
Oh, but Zaki, they are trying to move themselves a little bit further away, potentially from the action. I think a little bit too far away this time around. And Tian, he's no talking anymore, Taz, and I think he might be on his own. I think there's potentially some connection issues with Zafirka. It sucks. I really wanted to see Tian Zombie, play, should I say, here as best he can, but Zafirka is going to have to carry. So Tian, you can see that he is trying to figure out the problems. He should be with us. We know he is there somewhere in the world of PUBG Mobile. But as we said, it is down to a solo bolo event for Zafirka. He's got to put out a performance, an even bigger one now that he has no teammate.
Let me see a solo bolo. And I want to see it so bad, because it's not just Tien Zombie. Like, Zafirka on this other hand, also haven't shown like his real color. Like we remember casting him. I did that qualification with you, right, Wolf? And he actually was very decent as a player. Like we were convinced that he was the right choice of the gods of PUBG from that day. And right now he hasn't got that chance. And now that he is in this one, seems like we may just get a reset coming through. So could be an audio thing, as I mean, the first thing that I could think of, like from Tien Zombie's expression, was really just how I feel when there's an audio thing. I'd rather kill myself in game and start a new one than playing a game without audio. Where is?
I always play games without audio. I never play with sound on. I used to cast I used to cast PUBG Mobile without like sound. That's how I used to get started.
But to play is different.
This game. But I also play with no
is
sound.
Different. Oh god!
I mean, is this why I'm not improving? Is this why I suck?
The meaning of life, immersive experience, gaming. Why do you need a headset then? I'll give you, I don't know, toothpicks or something. I don't know, something practical for some other body parts. Like, why? But you know what? But this is different, right? We need that. Even for show match, if we want to see the true colors, the audio cues, all these things are important. That's just a speculation. We need to find out what's going on. But we are also, at the same time, waiting for this final match to go. We talk about it already. True. It's just best of one for both of these players in the winners bracket. We have, of course, the side of Ricky, as well as, God, it slipped my mind. Someone help me out here. No, you know what? Joking, don't help me.
Ricky and Ghost. Ricky and Ghost.
How can I forget the sleeping ghost? How can I forget?
He's in the moment with Testies, like, I believe in Ghost, I support Ghost, and then he forgets his name. Tarzan, there's only so much shame right now can be conveyed in my face.
Okay. I don't want to. Like, is that bad? Like, is it allowed on broadcast? Like, when you talk about
it's allowed. It's fine. Like, I can't have my beep brush. If I can't have my beep brush, you're allowed this. Like,
oh, true.
Yeah.
Oh yes. Okay, that is okay. That is something that. Why have we not seen Miramar today? Production. That's not okay. I'm going to bang my table and then complain. But I did not jinx it. They didn't give you one. No one asked them to play Miramar, and maybe it's I don't know, maybe it is a fairness thing as well. And like, for sure we can't have two different maps in the final game, right? But if you really need to pick one, I think the classical map of the Wrangle is the best. Like, it's where everyone in a way started the first game of PUBG Mobile, right? So it's always good to go back to like, I know it's not the comfort pick for you, and you can't find home other than inside the bus. So have you thought about traveling, the country? You know me, like, we talk about touring, we talk about the portable setup recently, so maybe you can live that life as well, like, find yourself.
Well, I was casting in Germany
travel the world
for one of these events, so we've been over Europe, and I've been to London before, so I've been down to England, so potentially there's room. I mean, right now, so sad face, and my PC kind of died, so I'm on my portable laptop. I'm on technically a portable setup. I might not even be at my house. Secretly, I could be a spy, Tarzan, and I could be somewhere, anywhere in the world, just with a green screen background. This is all just a picture behind me. This is what it is. It's just a fake picture.
You're a spy, right? You won't get your green screen because at the end of the day, I'm a thief. I've gotten your green screen. You've got nothing. You're a spy. How about the thief of time? We can get poetic here as well. So waiting for a few things to get resolved.
Hello, Doctor Strange.
We don't complain, and this day as well. Like, I think though, if you really play games, we're back to games. We need to talk about them. It's part of the fun. Wrangle. Okay, no, you know what? No. Miramar, because it seems like we won't have any today. So we do a Miramar game. Just pick not your favorite vehicle. I know that already, so stop that. I don't want to hear it. Favorite drop spot. If you can just drop off on anywhere, for the fun, just for the best time, the most amount of fun that you think you can get, where are you going to drop?
I would actually probably drop in towards Picado. I think Picado is like my favorite comfort spot, and it's just something about it. For when I used to start casting, I really love the dynamic because it's something that is so interesting to see if people can be able to perform well on it. When do you leave the location? When do you decide to fight? How do you fight in such a weird location where there are heals around you in that dip from moment one? Moment one, no. As we go straight into the finals here, because we are going to be dropping into another match shortly, Tarzan. This one as well going to be with hopefully Tian and also as well Quan jumping straight on board. Here we are, and straight of course Quan, Kun and Ricky up first. Ricky, we talked about who's going first, is going to be the one up onto the pedestal to try to take another high drop. They're going, or high game should I say, because drop is going to be the same. Yes, now seems to be the case. If they've got comfort pick through the plane path, do they then head from Yasnaya and get all those kills and then in towards school and apartments afterwards? Because that was the last time, they last two times, should I say, actually.
Yes.
The Quan drops in Yasnaya Polyon, and this is how it went.
Yeah, it's how Ricky and him got the early synergy, right? They first cleared out Yasnaya, so it could be good. So I am rooting for them, or maybe I'm not, because it's the pain of human consciousness. You guys made me choose Ghost. I chose Ghost and then also asked me whether I would go first or second. So tell me now that Ricky's going first, but Ghost is my pick. Do I support... Which player am I supporting? So
you still have to stick with Ghost. You have to. We have to split 50-50, right?
But I picked playing first. No, is that how it works? No, it's not.
There's no choice.
That's not
it's
how
the player.
life
The
works.
player is more than the position. This is how it works. This is me telling you how it works. I am actually the game maker. I am the
I'm
world
just
of
trying to
PUBG. I
create
am a
drama.
wrangle. Like
I'm just here to create drama. Storylines, let's go, right? Yes,
exactly. I'm the script.
First skill just come. Interesting thing though. Interesting thing. We need a little bit of a change in mentality, Wolf. You know why? Because Quan's already the better influencer. Nothing's really going to change here. Like, is there anything that he's going? If there's anything that he's fighting for, is to set global record across the 5 regions for Series 2, so the final points. Like that is the only thing that is, for him to reach, kind of. When it comes to prize money, it's really the battle between Ricky and Silent of Ghost. So will Quan Kun help him out and let him get more kills or whatnot? And to be fair, I have a feeling that they probably didn't read into the format to such detail to come up with game plans from that. But essentially, we want to see good gameplays from both, but arguably, you can have Quan Kun taking away all the kills and be slightly more lenient with the other player, and it's a huge difference though.
Are you talking about favoritism? Are you telling me about favoritism, Tarzan? Have you been sliding in?
You need to ask Quan. Don't ask me. Ask Quan.
And telling Quan, hey Quan, Ricky, take away all the kills from him. He's not allowed anything. We want to starve Ricky from every single opportunity possible in this game. In fact, just grenade Ricky if you got the opportunity early game. But see, Ghost. That's my pick.
Try to convince
you got to
him,
tell.
right?
Yeah, Testry and Highland Wolf guy, they're not worth winning this battle of the casters and the host. Ghost is really my pick. It's a win. Ghost, you got to carry him, man. You got to give all those kills. Feed him that money. Is that what we're going for?
Feed him the money. Maybe. Yeah, I think so. Give him the money. There's no time for bribing here.
Show me that money.
You know what? I can already hear. Yeah. I can already hear the type of not negotiation, the persuasion that we're trying to do. Right? If you are going to convince Quan to be favorite, to have favor over Ricky, you probably just tell him, "Oh, Ricky is a very cool name, and this and this and that." But if I need to convince him to pick Ghost, I'll probably go into some, "Do you believe in Ghost?" And the whole conversation around these things. You know what that would do? It would just make him pick Ricky. So I don't know how to feel about that, and I don't know how they feel about the scenario right now. And it's not Pollyanna, because if we just do that math right here, 2 kills going over to Quan, Ricky is still on 0 points in this game. In this best of 1, the difference is up to 4 digits. We're talking about up to 1,500, if not more, difference in US dollars. Like, who's got that day rate? It's all decided in one game. And it's actually insane to think about that difference. It's in the small things, in one bloody map of the Wrangle game.
Maybe Quan thinks he's fighting too for the money. Maybe that's why he's like, "Give me the kills, Ricky. You're not allowed anything."
And you just go like, "Sorry, but I didn't know it would cause you pain." Right? Just need to play the best PUBG. But this is the thing right now. They are not playing as a team. They are, but they aren't. You get what I mean? Like, the split does not allow the type of support that we've seen before, right, between the two players. And it's actually maybe just luck that Yasna is not so busy right now, but the distance between them would make the support quite hard. So that is something to possibly critique, and I really hope that doesn't, punish them too hard.
Punish potentially could be the case, because they're still in the early game. They're still trying to fight, and unfortunately, Bailey does not go down. That was close from Quan. We talked about them being separated slightly. That building could have cost Quan his life, and that would have been the upset, really. But a third kill going over to Quan really is upsetting for Ricky, because he, yes, has been separated, but he has not been getting these knocks. He's not been getting the kills. So, albeit the Quan is sitting pretty on 90 points when you look at the standings, well, Ricky, he's still sat on 0.
Yeah, a little bit more gift for the gift. And this is needed. The first kill for Ricky. We want that, because Quan, he is really good. You've convinced me. You can slow down now. I'm not saying that you shouldn't play good PUBG, play to your best ability, but I'm scared for Ricky. I don't want to be in his position and feel like this subtle grief or subtle sadness, or I don't know. It's almost like a very small hint of hatred against the very nice influencer who's in a way carrying me, but also taking away my kills. I don't know how to feel. But Ricky, speaking of that, he will go and grab himself a second one. And Yasna is still in, so it's still that spot that you can really farm some bots. Maybe it's still luck involved, but they found the car. It's go time. I'd rather see Fast and Furious here.
Fast and Furious, I think that I would probably like to see a more calculated play. I still think that being safe and cautious, going for those placement points, is easily the better option, because yes, you can go for these kills, but when it comes to 400 points, if you win, Tarzan, that is worth more than any kills that you could possibly imagine. I mean, that's more than, even 10, more than really 12, 13 kills you'd have to get just to equivalent of that. However, Ricky and Quan, they are going to continue to move forward. They're going to continue to press forward, not going to stand as long inside Yasna Pollyanna, judging also to the sense that this zone this time around is also slightly further away from them. So they are going to have to make a little bit more headway further into the second phase, and also look further for those kills when it comes to the center portion of the map. I am also, if I am looking at this game, though, Tarzan, thinking of Ghost. Because when Ghost, if he is going to be thinking about this game, and if he is going to potentially even be looking at this game as a possibility too, is what does this do to his mental state? What does this do to his pressure right now? If you do see a strong start coming through from Ricky, from Quan, in this first game, they also need to follow that up. But if this continues this way, if they can continue to find kills, it gets even harder. It gets even more stressful for Ghost.
Exactly. I think that's the thing. But it comes down to how people cope with stress. And if I need to guess anything right now, Ghost is probably having a nap. So he's fine. He's fine. He's completely... You didn't expect that one, did you? See, that was a good one. But we talk about sleep. Okay, that's, jokes aside, this is not rare for this team to continue this one. See, no reset coming through, no need to heal, not scared about the side angle, just two pushing upon the same spot. And that is actually the two-piece coming through. Baby, Fake, and Waffler Queen is the name.
They're dead.
And, welcome
It's
to our
what they
stream.
are.
You're dead. Exactly. Killing the Queen. How dare you? We're from the UK. Slow down, lads. But okay, once again, we're going too far. And right now, this is where Ricky is getting that momentum, but need to really translate into the kills. So after all, friendly rivalry is the baseline here. I think helping each other to get those 400 placement points by winning the game is the actual goal here. After all, this is a battle royale, so want to see something good there. Still a very healthy amount of players in the lobbies to give them that priority. This time around, they are slightly later to this drop, though. Hopefully they didn't have a taste of their own medicine of what they've done to the other players in the previous lobbies.
They seem to have, of course, picked up something through from that drop spot, so they will end up moving themselves back away towards the apartments. Looks like they only purely wanted to go for the drop en route back towards a comfort spot, so it is going to be the same strategy as predicted. Tarzan, they are inside these apartment sections, but when you look towards where they kind of went next, it was actually more towards the Gatka side. They are instead going to roam up towards Rozhok, so interesting to see that they are going through every single possible high hot drop location for these kills. It is risky again, though, to be driving on the buggy when Ricky is so vulnerable. Quan is going to be safer of them, but nevertheless, it is still going to be deadly if teams would be more aggressive. I feel that there are players here in Rozhok who are just not showing their face once more.
It's dangerous. Like, I actually will not do anything like this if I know there's a difference in the amount of Bitcoin vaults that is equivalent to thousands of US dollars. I will not risk it at all. Are you out of your mind? Like, are you crazy? I'm not doing this. Like,
In
I
the
just need to see
open,
someone
on a buggy.
half as good
Yeah.
as me. Exactly. I just need to see someone half as good as me for us to, almost get sprayed down or go so low. And that is just crazy to think about. So, and I mean, in this part of this of the map, fine. Like, but in Rozhok, in these hot drops, it's a bit tricky. And two in the car, it's like those things that very clear pros and cons, right? Like, you can allow to fire back to stop someone from peeking, but it's also just one car. You just get sprayed down a lot easier, especially when you go through very populated parts of the map. So, well, don't know how it will come off, but you see this junction. I've given it a new name recently when I've done this PMPL analysis.
Ooh.
I have named it the Claw Junction because it looks like a hand. You see the hand extend. The shoulder is around Milter with the hand all the way that's the fingers like with the fingers of a witch.
Oh,
or like
I see. It's
You
like
see
a
that
tree
claw?
branch. It's like one of those spooky
Yes.
Halloween-esque, claws.
Exactly.
Wow, we're in the
Do
theme.
you like it?
We're in the theme, Tarzan. I love it. It's very
This
thematic
is Halloween.
inside October.
Yeah.
Halloween, witch, scary, extended claws creeping their way out on top of the map itself. Is unfortunately going to be crawling their way to only the afterlife here as they look to score on to what will be Monsteru 224. He will fall down.
I love it though with the Mosin. Something new that we're seeing here. We haven't really seen both action snipers today, so Quan Kun trying to feed our needs as viewers is always a different flavor, right? I love it. A good old headshot. Like, do you remember how you felt when you had your first both action sniper headshot? It feels so good, but I don't think that's the time when the claw grip has become something yet. And then you're still trying to move your thumb, trying to aim, and then move your finger back to the shoot button, and the target's moved already, right? So it's so funny to see the game evolving, right? But that feeling is really hard to beat.
I'm also not going to lie, I'm very proud of their driving. For the most part, yes, it's been a little bit off-road, but they've been staying on one lane. Unfortunately, it's been the wrong lane. So they may be slightly confused when it comes to driving on the world of PUBG. You saw them get a little bit caught by the road blockades. But albeit, on the whole, if there's anything to look at, Tarzan, stuff to game, stuff to competition. It's about how well the driving is. I mean, it translates to, you know, how controlled they are. It translates to something in real life, right?
Exactly. I mean, sometimes,
The
you know,
neatness.
one of these lines that, yeah, I guess so. Like when we like to talk about how occasionally how you do one thing is how you do everything. Not exactly true, right? I don't squat. Okay, I squat when I do something, but I don't squat when I cast, right? Like it's not how what it means. But yes, we transfer those attitude towards some of these other things right here, and I don't know. Sometimes you have this feeling where you see someone play, and you feel like you know how they are as a person.
Oh, yes.
And so yeah, I know you are the campy type, but you are just there as a guardian angel. So that doesn't speak
Exactly.
anything
I'm just
bad
there for
about
like
you.
motivation, right? I'm like
Amazing.
there camping, but I'm like in the voice comms. I'm like, go! You can carry me. I believe in you guys. I'm just gonna sit here and stay inside this blue zone. I'm gonna make friends with Papa Blue. Kill them all. Take them down.
I don't know. Like, I feel like we can be friends. No, we are friends, but we cannot be teammates because I don't need that type of motivation. You need to just give me info. It's like, what are you doing?
Oh, okay,
Filled
I'll
with
be like-
emotions. Give me info. But
Yes.
that's a little bit harsh. I'm joking. Like, we all need some good motivation from time to time. But if you are, there's a difference between being a motivation and an active part of the team.
like
Like,
player,
as opposed
25
to dead weight.
degrees. That's what you're after, right?
Just like, I'm lying down here, you go die, so I can survive. Like, there's a different type. I know that's not you. Okay, but we.
I will
speak
survive
about
playing in the
dying.
background. Yep. Like-
I know you will, because I will kill them all for you. That's the power of friendship, and power of synergy, and the power of church maybe that we can maybe see here, because Pochinki Church, one of the textbook positions right here, and still they are just finding players. Like they just search, and no, like of course it can be the way to play this. I don't disagree, but it's often just how bad it can be when you see the next bit, the next result, the next spray that comes upon their body. So it's an open book right now. 33 players, still a lot for them to kill. So quick reminder here, everyone. Benchmark standards, right? Look at me go. 650 points is the record right now. That was
with wings.
by wings, yes, exactly, by getting a second place with 9 kills. And we've got the first place with 8 before. So now we are here to find a bit of a different one. Ricky does get himself a knock.
That is crucial, because that's now going to be their next kill potentially on the way. Will it be the 7th? You got to imagine so, but he does get knocked himself. This is crucial to be so careful right now. We'll find a run over. Can they confirm the knock? Quan does find it, and we will be able to find the success back on the field. Ricky's still alive, but look at the position now, completely in the open. The smoke put down. That is so important. That small thing just to save them some time. But also the problem with smokes, I sometimes feel when you are in the open like this, is it makes it very obvious where you are.
Man, like if Ricky wins this, like he literally have to PayPal like half of his prize money and transfer it to Quan. Like it's like
Quan
he's saving his ass
he's on
every
fire.
time. But he's like, I don't need your money, man. I'm famous. No, I'm joking. That's not how life works, guys. Don't take that. he is carrying. Like he saves a teammate that made a mistake, and he take these like 1v2s.
all game. There's no communication.
Exactly. That is the silent killer. But he has so much words in the interviews. I think it's just his mode of playing. This how he's in this flow state, right? The hyper focus from this player allows him to carry his teammates all the time, allows him to run over players, allows him to take maybe his 10th very soon, and he will wear his level 3 helmet and cruise through the beautiful grounds of Erangel. And we talk about Church. Ooh, this is a good spot.
He tries to go for the snipe early on, doesn't find it. He won't find a confirmed kill just yet, but he knows where we are, and he's not afraid. You thought 1v2 was dangerous, Tarzan. Kwan Kung, he does not give a darn. He goes straight on into the fight, back in on to Pachinki, and tries to hunt them down. Whether they may have gone, may still be in the church. However, they may be putting a sneaky one, and Kwan is still continuing to hunt for more. But this feeling I can't get out of my head if they maybe are still too aggressive. I mean, yes, they are driving over players. It is very hilarious. Quite, don't get me wrong, it's comedic to watch Kwan not give anything about where the other players are and just run them over head front first, despite the fact he could get burst down by them in plain sight. But it is dangerous. It is dangerous nonetheless.
Oh no!
Just have to be careful.
You don't understand, like to their usual, to their nature, Kwan Kung would always take that fight. But you know what happened in the comms? I made this up, by the way. It's like, no, screw you. I don't take this fight. Give me my money. I don't fight this. Let me go. And then Kwan's like chasing behind. It's like, oh, wait, come back. Okay, let's be friends. We don't go too far, okay? And Ricky's just flip his car in frustration and say, okay, I'll come back and help now. And this is them approaching...
I'm done, he says. Flip my car.
Hill. Yes. Oh, God. It's the bait. 10th kill.
He gets it. 10 double digits for him. Might just get 11. There it comes, one after the other. Dior never saw it coming. And Kwan is again on double digits. Is this the third game in a row Kwan has hit at least 10 plus kills? I mean, this is ridiculous.
Oh, he is good for sure. Like, right now, I'm just afraid that he is too good now. And Ricky
stealing
would
the
just
points.
feel like, yeah, those are my points. Like, if I'm playing with him, this is like the occasional lovers quarrel, right? Like when you are trying to rank, when you're trying to have good stats, when you're trying to, look good, and your friend just takes every kill. It's like, why do I have 1 kill when I have 1200 damage when you have 8 kills at 600 damage? What have you done to me, man? This friendship is over, right? Like, that is the usual narration of the average young PUBG player. And what's going on here?
Oh, he's going into the tree and he's not even caring. It's a 1v2. Takes down 1, takes down 2. Kwan! Hello, sign him up for pro play. It's a triple, a quadra kill for Kwan. He is gone off all of the marbles. He has lost it all.
Well, Ricky is like, can you slow down, brother? I have nothing. And this is...
A penta!
16 kills! Like, a pentakill! Kwan, what was that? We all know that clip, right? Like, that is a very, very good clip. And right now, it's him in his buggy. But he's lost a front tire, not the biggest problem for the buggy. And, man, like... It makes me want to have Vietnamese food. I don't know. It's something about the aggression. It's something about luring me into this whole region. It makes me want to have some pho. Like, it
makes me want to chat with Kwan.
It's not pho.
Carry me.
Okay? Educate. It's not pho. It's pho. That's how you pronounce it. And I want a good one right now after this. I mean, it's been a long day, right? Like, we're looking at the record slowly coming into reality. 17 kills, but it's not what we're looking for. We need the 650. It's for the player. We want them to be the best in the globe.
17 kills. I mean, it can approach 20. Usually, Tarzan, when we see 20 kills in a game, it is a one in a competition thing. If that at the very most when it comes to pro play. He's about to score 20 kills in one game, where previous 2 games, he scored almost 2 chicken dinners a row, and he was taking a bunch of kills alongside it as well. This guy is insane, and he's looking towards his 18th. He's running over half the competition. Misses that one, but turns straight back around, and a headshot finishes it off.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. This is downfall of Kwan when he missed a car run over on the bot. So our respect to him will all be retrieved, and you can come back next time when he's fixed his skills. No, joking, but that was a pretty hilarious moment. And yes, this is, oh god, like, can he slow down, please? I'm feeling bad.
Ricky's
for
trying
I'm
to
feeling
catch
bad
up
for
to the whole
Wolf.
game.
I'm feeling bad for you. Like, forget about that sleeping guy. Like, it's Ricky. He needs some kills. Why is he having 19, coming close to 20, even 21?
Yes.
And oh god,
Goodness
and that's a
gracious.
knock as well. So the teammate has to.
Hide
be
in your
close, right?
houses. Quan is coming. He
last guy
takes
is
out
close.
everyone in the vehicle. How many people has he run over this game?
Like, someone send, like, sponsor should send this guy a real life buggy and see how he drives it, right? And we'll find the last one as well. And no, Ricky doesn't even find it. Ricky with 5 kills. The record, the record is there. Is not broken. The record is at least 650. At first place, 405 kills. You've got 550. You're 100-point short, and haha, you got scammed by your favorite streamer.
You got scanned by Quan running over in
No.
his half of that lobby. What? I've never seen so many drive overs of people in one game, let alone 21 kills in what has been a competition, Tarzan. That's probably the record set by any solo player, normal lobby or not.
Yes.
I think Quan is on an entirely another level. Not going to lie, when we talked about the pre-show, we saw through the ad breaks about, potential scouting. Quan, he's a celebrity, but he might just become a pro player. This is insane coming through from him.
No. If you drive like that in my lobby, you're dead. I swear to God, you are dead. You don't get 21 kills. You don't even get 1 kill. But if we hot drop, maybe that's where you kill one of my mates. But I will punish you for doing that. But that is just how we like to soak up. Separate the different types of styles of play, I would say. But yes, that is 550 points. And man, of course, like, that is decent score. I mean, you don't get a chicken dinner every time. Like, we have seen some very sad final games before when they fought through qualifications, the 2 matches with the influencers, done with Series 1, now Series 2, and we suddenly have those mistakes getting punished and cost me so much money, essentially. So right now, although it's 550, although it's a chicken dinner, but it still has to be better than the side of Ghost.
Still has to be better. His Ghost a lot of work on his hands to find his victory in his next match. We'll see you then after a short break.
Hello BTCV enthusiasts. In this video you will find instructions on how to receive or deposit BTCV, as well as how to make secure fast, secure and cancel transactions. Before we start, make sure you already created a 3-key Vault wallet on your Gold Wallet app. You will also need your fast transaction key and cancel transaction key to make transactions. How to receive or deposit BTCV. Tap Wallets in the menu at the bottom of the screen. Select the wallet to which you want to deposit or receive BTCV. Tap Receive. Tap Share Wallet Address to share your wallet address or the QR code with the person who is going to send you BTCV. You can also indicate the amount of BTCV you would like to receive. That's it! How to make a secure fast transaction. Tap Wallets in the menu at the bottom of the screen. Select your 3-key Vault wallet from which you want to send BTCV. Tap Send. Enter the amount of BTCV you want to send. Enter the wallet address of the person you want to send it to. You can also tap the QR code icon to scan the QR code of the wallet. You can also add an optional note. Select Secure Fast Transaction from the list. Tap Next. Open the Fast Transaction Key PDF on your second device. Tap Scan on the Gold Wallet mobile app. Scan the private key QR code from the PDF. Check the details and tap Send Now. Enter your transaction password and tap Confirm. Your transaction is now complete. Tap Return to Dashboard to return to the main screen. How to make a secure transaction. Tap Wallets in the menu at the bottom of the screen. Select your 3-key Vault wallet from which you want to send BTCV. Tap Send. Enter the amount of BTCV you want to send. Enter the wallet address of the person you want to send it to. You can also tap the QR code icon to scan the QR code of the wallet. You can also add an optional note. Select Secure Transaction from the list. Tap Next. Check the details and tap Send Now. Enter your transaction password and tap Confirm. Your transaction is now complete. Tap Return to Dashboard to return to the main screen. How to cancel a transaction. Tap Wallets in the menu at the bottom of the screen. Select your 3-key Vault wallet from which you want to cancel the transaction. Tap Cancel. Select the transaction you want to cancel and tap Next. Set a transaction fee. Enter the address of the wallet where you want to send your funds. You can also tap Use address of this wallet to revert the funds to the current wallet. You can also add an optional note. Tap Next. Open the Cancel Transaction Key PDF on your second device and type in the seed phrase to the mobile device. You can also scan the private key QR code. Now open the Fast Transaction Key PDF on your second device and type in the seed phrase to the mobile device. You can also scan the private key QR code. Check the details and tap Cancel Now. Enter your transaction password and tap Confirm. Your transaction is now cancelled. Tap Return to Dashboard to return to the main screen. Thank you for watching.
All right, and you are back to the studio just before the final match, guys. What was that? What was that? You know, Kwan make 1,000 points in this match. 1,000 points, and we are saying, oh, maybe someone will beat Spora 640 points. Then Winks show up, and he said, oh, better than you, and Kwan just. Kwan is just a beast. He's not a star even. He's a
Does he
really a beast.
Okay, like does he win anything else by being so good? Like
I know, right?
I feel like his contract is just to play, not play the best. If you play too good, your other players will lose, right? And I don't know, but he is a very good player, as you can see.
All right, so you, guys, because you often watch the games of actual professionals, so what level,
Yes.
on what level is Kwan actually? Is it like a top world level when you saw that game?
You know what? I'm
He's
gonna be
not
honest.
that high, I would say.
He is good.
He's not bad, okay?
but not that good.
Yeah.
He's not bad.
Yeah.
The thing is,
Uh-huh.
he has the mechanics of at least a tier 2 player, and he needs to really. It's the smart aggression. Like right now, we've seen almost no signs of macro game sense. He has it. I think he has it, but the way that he plays will stop us from seeing whether he has them. And that is where, when from tier 2 to tier 1, is fine-tuning of your mechanics, but a lot of game sense issue. It's so much about outsmarting someone, and knowing that why you can win a fight based on landscapes and setup, instead of me facing you, you facing me with no covers and 3, 2, 1, let's shoot together. That tier 2 players can win that, arguably. But against a pro player, they will not give you that. They will kill you. Can't see them, they can see you, and they kill you. That is where the macro sense come in. So he can be a professional player. I think mechanics wise, he needs to be even better, just not too far off. But it's these game sense that we don't really get to see. It's the style that he's playing that is great for the show. It's great.
There's
for
no
the
stop
system.
button, right?
Yeah, there's no
Like-
stop button. There's no control, and until he actually gets punished. But
he have the sense,
honestly,
yeah, he have the sense, because all right, I see someone there and he's going there, and there are 2 teams, 4 guys, and the fifth one is up here, and he's just shooting, and he's just eliminating. So
Yes.
you know, I saw the games when somebody even didn't spot it anyone, and he have 20 kills in one game, 1,000 points. Wow.
it's the high risk, high reward. Honestly, if I need to say it in one phrase, it's high risk, high reward. And yes, don't. If I'm in that lobby, he's dead. Like I'm just going to say that. Like,
Yeah, I agree.
He's dead.
Okay.
Like
Okay.
because
okay.
I'm not
okay.
joking.
Yeah.
Highland Wolf has first
Yeah.
known me as a player before a caster, and he can tell you that if you do that
Against any
me
pro
and
player,
my
right?
team,
Yeah.
they will kill you.
Yeah. Yeah, I think
So,
the
yeah.
problem
Alright.
really lies herein that he is so aggressive to the point that he should be punished for being so long on that bike inside, or on a bike, I should say, in the open. But because everyone in the lobby is so defensive and so scared to fight, that's why he's been getting away with it. And that's what we mentioned in the games is, had there was a situation where 2 players were in a shed, right, they drove straight past that shed, and that should have been when those 2 players should have come out and punished him. Very easy to punish in a pro scenario, but that wasn't the case, and then instead they were the ones that got punished back by Quan.
Yeah. Don't get us wrong. He is
there's
good.
one
He is
thing
very good. Like he is very
yeah,
good.
he is very
And
good, but-
this is the but like he is playing a style that is very specific to a scenario where
Punishable.
it can work.
Yeah.
So like there's like many game situations or types of lobbies that there are certain play styles that you can be seen as very good as well as very smart, and it will probably win you 10 out of 9 out of 10 games, because it's very flexible and adaptable to whatever's out there. The style that he played, it will get you a win 1 out of 10 games, and the rest he will probably just get killed. But he will still have decent kills, but he won't get the chicken dinner.
Yeah, but he was very good. And one thing we
Yes.
are not mentioning very often is that okay, this is a tournament, but actually only for those 2 guys. Yeah, the other guys could, I don't know, chill in the bed, yeah, doing some food, yeah, oh, there's PUBG match, accept, oh mom, what so yeah, so they are focused, they they are in a rush, yeah, and the other guys, of course they want to win, yeah, of course they want to practice, of course they want to eat chicken dinner, but I think that something different is in their heads. Yeah, they are not thinking about, okay, if I lose, I will lose like $1,000. Yeah, no, I will play another game. So yeah. That show here is also because of that they are
Yes.
really focused on winning the game. So what about Ghost? And the last question, because I wrote down here, so what do you think? Because Professor was here with us from the beginning, but this is like a question for both of you, because maybe Highland Wolf was, during preparation, so maybe one of or two finals. So Sadu TV, I remember he was good, Genji was good, but Quan, I think he is the best of all stars we saw on SkillzVault right now.
I agree.
I'd say,
in terms of,
I think it's
in terms of
close.
aggression,
I think
he's
this
the
is
most
thing.
aggressive.
I think when it comes to most aggressive, mechanically, I'd say equally gifted. But 3, he is the most consistent in making it work. Like we've seen, basically Genji having a similar style. Sadu is a little bit more tactics based. I would say tactical. When Genji and Quan is more for the Genji's more like for the show. Like he needs fancy plays. He like if you watch him in his own streams or whatnot, he'd do 360 stuff. He would do an emote before shooting. But Quan is just he is like a tank. He just tries to run over absolutely everything with brute force, which may not work, but he tries that. So the key thing is that it works the best for him so far. Yes, he got 2 rough games, but we talk about trends. The trend is upwards, and it has not stopped since.
All right, so guys, the last question, I think we can start the match. So Ghost need to be better than Ricky, and Ricky have right now 550 points. What do you think? Ghost will be better, maybe not only better than Ricky, but maybe better than Winx.
I think it's possible, right? I think it's really possible for him to win with Quan. My concern, really bluntly, is Ghost going to be quick enough to the kills? Because I think winning doesn't seem to be a problem. It's more getting there first to pick up the people.
Yes,
Ghost,
yeah, I think if they want to unlock the best out of Ghost, then Quan should probably change his name to Alarm, and he can wake up and then start killing me. Okay, I'm not gonna let this slip on. So that is 1. But 2, it's about like smart aggression, I guess. Like in the skirmishes before, there's this chance where he is just the use of cover needs to be just slightly better from Ghost. So he can take a skirmish. It can be a good. You can knock someone, then when you get knocked, it can still be a good trade, right? So do we see that from him consistently? That is the question. Like if he makes that once in an unresettable place, we talk about landscape all the time, then it's done. It doesn't matter if Quan comes in to kill 2 or 4 people, you are dead. And your individual scores has gone down. So it's the individual mistakes here that you really need to set a baseline and not fall into that trap.
All right, so 550 points for Ricky. If Ghost want to win, he needs to be, of course, better. But if he wants to win the whole thing, actually make himself on the first place, he needs to have a chicken dinner and 9 kills. So let's watch the game. Last game of today, finals of Vietnam. Ricky or Ghost?
Are you ready? I'm
ready.
I am.
Oh,
let's go. I mean,
I'm so ready. I'm ready.
We built this
honestly
all day.
I am excited to see what Ghost can bring because I know that Ghost is a good player. I am, as I said, very concerned on how fast he is as a player because you look towards Quan. He's only got 2 kills. Tarzan, it seems like deja vu, but how many has Ghost got? That is what I'm really concerned at because a 3rd already going over to Quan. He's taking it away again. The 4.
Ghost is like standing. He's a
one-man.
No, stop. Stop it. You have to stop. And he's like so mad that he's not wearing anything. It's like, you stripped me off.
I know, right? He's not even had time to put clothes on. That's how fast Quan is. Like,
the new way to complain. I'll take off my outfit, and that's it. But you know what? Like it could be just the patch. Probably using an emulator, and sometimes it's about rendering all these things in. But early game, a high frequency of a pistol tap may suggest a real player will get the side angle. 6 kills, 3 duo squads wiped. Solo by Quan on this side. You can see he's vibing, he's bouncing in his chair, he's having a good time.
Oh, he's vibing all right. I mean, if there was ever a leaderboard, is he gonna get another one? Does the kill feed stop of Quan? Like, Quan is on the leaderboard constantly in this game. He looks for another one. He finds his 7th, and Jacob is only a number when it comes to the many dead to his hands.
Oh god. I mean, oh, okay, great. Ghost found his 2nd. And they actually found a Pachinki filled with enough players, but not too good to kill them, with a surge of bots. Go Ghost, I believe in you. It's more like I believe in sleep or whatever. Like I believe in Ghost, I guess. God, like today's has gone incredibly deep without me mentally prepared for it. But you know what? I enjoy this so far. And Quan, let's see whether
it's a deep run, man. We're heading into the finals of the competition. We're here. We're just the best.
Yes.
Secretly, you talked about duos. We're technically the best duo. I mean, Quan. I mean, you talked about it. He's got nothing on you, Taz, and I think we can 2v2 him.
He's selfish, so he's not the best duo. You need to take care of Ghost. And right here, you can see the headshots does come through, but the enemy isn't bad either. Here comes the flank. I don't know. We talk about knowing where the support is so important. Right now, Ghost went for the flank against an enemy that's shown that he is decent, and he actually takes it. So the initiative gets rewarded. There's no patience involved. It's all brute force.
You have to have no patience, because if you allow Quan to come up into the fight, he takes all the kills. I mean, he's already at 7 kills. He got 10 kills collectively beside him. They've taken out 10% of his entire lobby so far. And I don't think it's going to stop here.
I feel like as we're doing this, we are doing some undoing of our correct mindset and approach towards the game. Like, SkillzVault help. Like, this is different.
This is not how, like, we'll come into the next
this is life.
PMCO, PMPL, and be like, guys, who needs to relax and who needs to hide? Just drive over them. Just kill them all with your buggy. Like, who needs to?
Like,
who needs to
why?
Have awareness of global awareness? What is this, Tarzan? Is nonsense. I mean,
What's
21 kills. I've seen it already. I know. I've seen the success. I know, right?
Exactly.
It's only success as long as I'm seeing chicken dinners. I know, right? 21 kills. Last game by Quan. I mean, when you eliminate almost a quarter of the entire lobby on yourself, that's pretty scary indeed.
Scary is an understatement. I have to be very honest though. Like, even when I'm trying to play like this, I get maybe a 20 kill game once every 5 games. And that is, you really need teammates who won't take it away from you to be able to get it. And especially in squad mode, it's extremely hard, right? Like, if they are equally good, like we kill 80 people in the lobby, it doesn't make sense. Like, it can happen, but it's good to see that Ghost is on to 5. So here's the thing. If he gets 1 more kill, no, let's do the math. If he gets 2 more kills, then he can take 2nd place and still win the Vietnamese region, right? Because like first place with 5 kills is 550, but if you're 2nd place with 6 kills, then it's oh, help me, 6 yeah, 560.
Numbers. So numbers.
Yeah, 560. You know what? God, I have a brain fart moment there. And glad to be back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm back and my brain is fine.
Your brain is fine. We've come out of the numbers pits. We're figuring it out. We're okay, boys and girls.
Imagine
I feel like
getting a stroke from trying to do PUBG scores.
Numbers don't have a place in the world of casters. I'm telling you, man. There's just a growing trend globally of this being the case.
And Max will be the one who will suffer. Don't clip this to him. Like, no one mentioned anything. I hope
He
they
just
don't even
suffers,
know
I
who
think,
Max
generally
is.
in the hands of like
Stop.
Jason.
We
To
have
be
to stop
honest,
it.
I feel like Jason's
Mate.
bullies a little bit. Like,
Oh god. Okay, this is how it works. Like, we have our own dynamics. As we see Ghost onto 6 kills. We just need a second place now. If he wants to win the region, of course, if you need more, if you want to be best so far, then you need to do even more. Of course, there is RNG involved, right? Well, we've accepted that, and we can see, although, like, that is also fair. Like, if you are so smart to have prepared yourself for RNG in, I don't know, using a particular account or whatnot, okay, props to you. You've done your homework. You deserve something, right? And then right now, this is the battle of basically survival. Because okay, first of all, I chose Ghost. Sleep is OP. Ghost is real. And then Testry is him, right? Like, he plays second. He usually doesn't go, so he knows the goal. And now Ghost should know the goal, like how Testry would say. Like, the goal is clear. Second place. Get it done if you don't get more kills. If you get more kills, even easier when it comes to survival.
so you saying essentially to me, Tarzan, that you and Testry have teamed up, and I have been put on my own with Ricky and that chicken dinner, first place, going up first as well, on my own. Is this what is happening at the end of it all? At the end of today?
Wow.
I mean, we talk about roller
Okay.
coasters, Tarzan. I can't believe
Like a
I can't
relationship.
believe you and Testry just
Like-
teamed up.
What?
Oh,
Am I
goodness gracious. The straight face is gone.
And you know what? Like, right here as well, man. Mistakes
He's a tank.
have been made. Like, a little bit of. I mean, he's good. Like, he's a tank, like we say. He's not going down like this.
Tank. Tarzan is a tank.
Oh. Okay.
It's
I want to
literally
see a tank. You know what? Wait. Okay. Stop. Like, I know. Like, I've talked about this before, because especially in solo mode, but we didn't have the maybe flare gun in that mode. Right here in this public lobby, we do. So why the heck are we not seeing a BRDM? It's OP.
True.
It's so good for survival. So find yourself a flare gun, go outside of the zone, shoot it, get yourself a tank, and then survive towards the end.
Exactly. That's the strategy. I think, quite frankly, I'm surprised we've not seen a single one all the time that I've been casting with you so far these finals. But we'll find another one, and that's actually, I do believe, is that 8? Yes, going to Ghost now. So that's big. If now Ghost, as you said,
Wow.
can survive, he's starting to get these points on board. Is giving him the opportunity with driving around and Ghost being on the back, shooting down.
Yeah, like, I mean, in the past days, in the older days, in my part of my checkered past, right? Like, you play duos, you will sit into this back seat and force the one to come in to drive. So I can shoot and I can get the kills, right? Checkered past. And right now, but Quan's not doing that. Like, you say, I will drive, you can shoot. And the long range fire comes through. And that is them getting even more. Goes up to 8 kills right now. And they'll continue scope in to find these long-range shots. Like, with the iron sight against these teams in Mansion is actually a very good ground. And as he gets his 9th kill. So if we just do that math, 550, 560 was he needs. And he's trying to take his 10. And that will be at least 270 right now. Only 300 also placement points needed. That doesn't even need to be a chicken dinner. Nowhere near. Maybe top 10 will be the goal very soon, but still got no scopes to help with that. And maybe this is time to think about how they can approach this quickly. Maybe without the scope is not the easiest way, but quick turnaround. And is that an extra player that he found? Just good. Yes,
It
right.
is.
Yeah, we'll find that one. A tenner.
We'll find it. That is 10-11 for Khan as well. And they are getting these points on board that they need, but they're in the open. Keep in mind, there is still 19 players remaining. If they go out still, there is still a chance here for Ricky. But it is going very much slimmer and slimmer, those chances for Ricky. It is dwindling. every single player that gets kicked out of this lobby by none other than a chorus crying and goes to take these kills. I mean, it is a field with green lunchboxes. This is what it is now, coming in onto this open space.
Yeah, if you put my lunchbox on the floor, I will slap you. Don't do that. Okay, we are entering a very hygienic age, and we have higher awareness like through this.
It's okay. The
pandemic,
rats in
but
woods.
yes. Okay, I trust you. I trust Wood. And he doesn't like some wood. And, okay, no, that's no. Okay, okay. Moving on. Northern Circle. I know your special love for Stalbert. Tell me about it.
True. Oh, Stalbert. Are we gonna get a Stalbert? Because I love Stalbert purely
Maybe.
because, and as much as I just want to say the observatory, that was my initial thing. But now, also, I told my 40 because they seem to be firing down another one. That's going to be only a 11 full Ghost. But as I jump straight on back to Stalbert, I love it because of how difficult it is to play and how I actually feel that not as many people know how to play around it because it all depends on those ridges all along the dips and how you play with not direct cover, but with cover from the landscape around you because there isn't that much protection. And also, if you do want to go up towards the top of Stalbert, the problem being is it similar to Miramar, if that zone then shifts away from you, and it's why people don't go to the top, is then how do you get down? What is your escape strategy out of such an open and difficult crevasse where there are going to be those players in those dips waiting in line for you?
Exactly right. Like that is the tricky thing. Like it's a landscape thing, it's a map knowledge thing. Like it will punish those players who will only know how it looks like when they see it, as opposed to those who can basically describe, how it looks like before even going there. Right? I think that is the benchmark for map knowledge. You know what? It should make some more infographics for that, and like educating the next generation. Player development, whatever you want to call it, is just the joy, right? Like now, better driving skills. Of course, seeing him, drove into a tree, but now through these other trees, no problem here. Through some very wonderful dips to the north of Mansion, we'll slowly move towards the eastern open field of Yasnaya Polyana, and that can be scary. We all know this compound, the 4-stack, the police station on the east of Yasnaya. I would definitely hold that spot maybe in this mid-game.
I think it's a very beautiful spot to hold a course when you think about Yasnaya being realistically that gateway in towards Stalbert is also the gateway from the Beryl Hills and the open expanse of the south and that more western side of Yasnaya Polyana. So I think that by playing it safer here on the east, it does, yes, provide you maybe with less opportunities for kills. So let's say that if they find another one inside of here, but it does provide you with more safety. And safety when you're coming down to the final 10 or so players in the game is, of course, what we're realistically searching for.
Okay, like, we need to do the math now. 550 points. Now he's got 13 kills right now for Ghost. That is 390 points just from that. I have a feeling that he's already made it to win the region. Like, they are in top 10. Like 10th is like, if my memory serves me correctly, it could be 200 points, something like that, and he's got 390.
Yeah, 200. Yeah,
from placement.
Roughly, yeah, 200 plus 390. Yeah. So now it is a question, though, right? He is on about 590 points. Can he go further and steal the 650 away from Wings? Because he is getting to that point. If he wins, he gets the top spot out of all the regions so far. And you need a bunch of points as they're going for even more. They will grab it potentially. They're driving through. They're coming in for even for first. They find their 14. That's beautiful stuff because keep in mind who's coming up next. You still got the Chinese finals and you still got the Brazilian finals as well. And I am really honing in, more so because I know it more, the Chinese finals, because we have seen such aggression coming through from them. And I think you're going to need to set a really high standard when it comes to those points in your final game, because you know whoever comes in from China is going to do potentially just that and even more.
Yeah, but the thing is though, they are very good players in a generally stronger region, right? So the players that we will see them, that we'll see them fight against,
Go up
in
against,
finals,
right?
are going
Yeah.
to be, yeah, exactly. They could be even better, and it's just a very talented region. Seems like through Game for Peace as well. But right here, we're trying to not just set that record there. It's probably the kill record for the two players added together. 26 right now, more than wow, a quarter of the lobby. Look at that quick peek. And then with the headshot coming through with a red dot as well. Like, Quan knows what he's doing. Ghost wants to finish the job.
Make it another one. He does go down. This could be closing it. Executed out. It was a 1v2. Did not see that coming, Tarzan. But is it the upset? Was that enough points? Yes, it probably was potentially to take, of course, that win. But is it enough to sight out? That's the question on my mind right now. I don't know. We're going to have to come in with production because my brain is not good enough with maths.
Okay. If they both... I don't know who went out first. So, okay, if there's 8 players remaining when they both died, who was the first
240.
one? Okay,
True.
you know what?
True.
No, it should be Quan because he's the one who got knocked first.
Yeah.
Arguably. So the one who got knocked later should have slightly higher survival, so should be at 9th. But we have to see, like, sometimes, with the spectator perspective, it's all a little bit different, but man, I need to go back and check my stats, really. But 14 kills, was it, Testry, or was it 13?
I think it was 14 kills that Ghost did. And 14. If I'm counting correctly, because I was watching with, my fingers crossed with open mouth, I was counting it in my mind. And if I count correctly, he did it. He beat Wings. But I think it will be quite nice if we will try to count
quite
it.
Close.
Okay. So let's say he is he ended on the 8th place, yeah? And
We
he did
have
14
the
kills.
Yeah.
It's somewhere.
So
I will find
420,
it.
right? 420 from kills. So if he's
420
got
from
at
kills.
least 240, 240 points in 8th place, right?
Math class.
Does that mean
Homework.
that he's at
We do it
660?
together.
So he's 10
I
points
think
above?
yes, I think yes. It's like
Okay, so
420.
for 9th place,
plus.
it's 240 points. I just
Yeah.
found the scoring system. 9th place is 240. And so he's at least 9th place. So that means he's done it by at least 10 points.
Very close.
What a
Wow.
crazy game! What a crazy
we
game!
are-
Okay, I'm
we are
waiting
in the
for the
digits.
producers to say me the exact number of the points how he get. But I think he made it. Okay. They're
wait.
waiting for them too. So that means I'm counting right now. But I think yes. I think goes for sure he won the region. So for sure he have like 2K. $2,500 straight to his pocket or to his virtual wallet, I should say, because it is in BTCV. But of course, maybe he will be the best among all the players, among all the regions. So I'm very excited. I'm very excited because we thought that Sporta is the best, and he is unbeatable. But then Japanese finals, and then Wings, and now in Vietnam when we were thinking, it will be funny finals, alright, so not so many kills, but man, Quan, Ricky, Ghost, oh my god, I'm so excited, yeah. So I think they were hiding tactics, yeah. It usually in esports, when the teams are losing, the best teams are losing, they are hiding tactics. And I think Vietnam was hiding tactics for this final, and I'm very happy. I'm very happy to see that. I'm very happy to be part of it. And what can I say more? We are waiting for the official information and confirmation that Ghost is the best right now from all regions.
What a
But
way
I don't
to
want
do
to be
it
a
as well.
Debbie Downer. Yeah.
Go
I don't
for
want to
it.
be a Debbie
What's-
Downer, but quite frankly, I'm still feeling like there could have been a lot more.
Could you repeat?
Because-
Could you repeat this information?
I am.
How many points he?
Oh yeah. Oh wait, is he got points?
Got the juice.
But you are talking about not only about
No.
this game.
No.
No. Wait a second. I want to know how many points Ghost have in this game, particular.
Just one game.
Okay, we got it.
We'll
No
wait.
way. No. I've just heard that Ghosts have 1,000 or more points.
What? No.
No. That's not
No way.
the information I'm
No
looking
way.
for. No way.
That's
no
more
way,
like
no
Quan,
way, no
right?
way.
That's Quan, like in his
Yeah,
first
yeah,
game.
that's more like
That's
Quan.
a more
like
It's
Quan.
Ghost.
1,000 points.
It's my sleepy
Yeah.
boy.
It
Give him
secretly was
the points.
Ghost. Yeah, I think that though, honestly, there could have been a 1,000-point game, albeit coming through from Ghost, because there was the kills coming through from him. Had they actually scored even more placement points, they could have still got, realistically, another 150 points there from them, plus all the kills that they had been farming up so far. So the potential was there. I think it is slightly disappointing that he didn't get to that point because of the way they did get 1v2'd right at the end, but that's how it is. And I think that at least he comes out on top so far. My only concern being because of this is, as we said, the Chinese and the Brazilian qualifiers are still to come. Can anyone top through the rest of Ghost in his 10 extra points over Winks?
Quick maths right now
okay.
from the side of Testry will allow him to work it out. Know him long enough to know that
Yeah,
he is
yeah.
finding out. That
I'm looking
detail
at the
for us.
document and I only see Rico right now and I only see Quan from the last game. So I think we need to figure it out by ourselves. And I will say with like full responsibility, I will take that on mine. I think Ghost won. I think Ghost is on the first place.
I
He's
think so
better
too.
than Spoda. He's better than Winks, and I will say that. Maybe in 1 or 2 minutes I will say I'm very sorry, but but I will say that. But I think he have won and he is the best. So. The message to all of you: you should believe in ghosts. And Professor actually,
and trust me, yes,
sleep.
Thank you.
Sleep is important.
and trust sleep. Sleep is important, and it's important that our. Jesus, I don't know what to say. Stop this nonsense. Okay, guys. set
actually,
your
you
alarms,
predicted it. You predicted it.
Yeah, and you know sometimes it's just more important that you can convince yourself in the given situation.
Wait a second.
and,
Is your guitar moving? Is your guitar moved a little bit?
No, okay. Like, stop it. Like, I can only take so much. Don't do it. Production, no, nothing happened
Yeah,
right there.
exactly.
But you can see, that is, I'll tell you what, there's something related to the topic, not exactly ghosts. I don't want to scare everyone, but when it comes to similar things, you guys can see this thing here, right? It's a mask. It's almost like a mask. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
And it's the Phantom, so it's close, I guess, like when it comes to that. So black and white, you know, is the color of it. Now that I see it on the screen, yes, you can see it is black and white. Yeah, black and white, I don't know. Don't oversleep, guys. Set your alarms, and is your only chance ghost. Otherwise, there will be no more ghosts in this world.
So, guys, I'm very, very happy about today's games, today's final. And how are you feeling after these hours of PUBG Mobile?
Oh, I'm feeling
Let's start
rejuvenized.
with our wolf.
I'm feeling rejuvenized, quite frankly. Coming into this weekend, we're thinking, okay, what can we do? You know, for all of this uni work, all of this other languages work. None of this needed. None of this needed. I mean, come in, test tree for all weekend, Saturday, Sunday. Got myself Tarzan. Got myself some Vietnam, some Chinese action. That's what I was here for. That's what I was born here to really do as a caster.
Whoa. Very strong words. Very strong words. Thank you so much. So, guys, last question, and I think we've done. Do you think China will be like better than Vietnam in terms of points at the end? I'm asking specifically about that. If someone will be better than Ghost, because I think the skills needs to be combined. Yeah, a very good player, very good star, combined together, chicken dinner. What do you think?
I'm going to say no. I know it sounds skeptical, but I think with the general level of the Chinese server in Game for Peace, to just go in and say you're going to win is extremely hard. And if you don't win, okay, let's say you're a consistent player, you make it to top 10, but we had a top 10 just now, and he's got 14 kills. It's not easy to top. And I just feel like it's not because they're worse, it's just a generally stronger server. And so yes, my answer will be no for now.
Okay, that's actually weird, huh? Because, okay, China servers and the players are better, so it will be much harder to beat Ghost, yeah? That is actually weird, because it is like, okay, they are better, so they should like easily do that, but no, I think it will be also very, very hard to beat Ghost. Yes, it is. And Brazil, maybe?
It depends on the duo. Yeah, it depends on the duo, right? It's exactly what you said. If you come in with another Quan Kun of Brazil and also a player like Ghost or Ricky alongside them, then you really have a scary thought of them coming in to steal the show. Because rightly, as we talked about, yes, they got 14 kills, they got a top 10, but we never got a chicken dinner. So actually, when you look towards how many points with a chicken dinner gives, actually Wings was 650 with only 6 kills in a chicken dinner. So you can see there's a lot of difference if they can focus on getting that victory under their belt. So it all depends on if that synergy works, because if it works like it did today in Brazil, maybe there's a world where actually Ghost gets beat.
Actually, I spoke like 2 or 3 days ago, and we had an interview with Nantin Bauzi, and he is a star from Brazil, and he's actually playing PUBG and PUBG Mobile since the beginning. And I think it is possible to bring to him a very good player from qualifications, and then these two souls combined together can maybe beat Ghost. Maybe.
We hope.
Maybe. We will see. Thank you so much, guys, for today. Thank you. Last time we was waving, maybe. For now, let's just smile. Tomorrow, China qualifiers again. Let's go, feel invited. Thank you so much for today. It was really, really good show. Thank you.
Cut it. Do it. Do it.
A huge amount of time spent on developing a new security standard in crypto has paid off. In November 2020, the Bitcoin Vault 3-key security solution was launched on mainnet. Therefore, Bitcoin Vault has delivered on its promise to become a cryptocurrency allowing reversible transactions. It is time to move forward. In the coming years, the team behind Bitcoin Vault will focus on 6 work streams. Number 1. Development. Our main goal here will be to become a part of a decentralized application ecosystem revolving around Ethereum 2.0. That's why we want to create a wrapped version of Bitcoin Vault by the end of 2021. Number 2. Security. We have our own team of blockchain security experts who audit the code on a regular basis. It's better to be safe than sorry. That's why we stay ahead of dangers and potential loopholes or bugs in the system. We will work with external partners to apply any fixes necessary, perform penetration tests, and at some point work with community and white hats on blockchain security. Number 3. User experience. Bitcoin Vault apps will continue to improve. In the coming years, we will focus on collecting user feedback and applying it to redesign our products to make them user-friendly, convenient, and fresh. Number 4. Products. Along with IT development, we are strongly focusing on market adoption with new products in the pipeline. In 2021, we want to launch staking products with our partner support and connect the Bitcoin Vault ecosystem to fiat currencies. Number 5. Marketing. Awareness. This will be our marketing and communication focus for the next few years. Despite years of rapid development, only a small percentage of people around the world use crypto. It's time for a change. And last but not least, number 6. Quantum computing. The final workstream is more long-term. We are looking at quantum computing concepts with a lot of expectations. What would that mean for blockchain and distributed ledger technology? We will partner with public institutions and private businesses to find a new role for blockchain projects supporting emerging technologies. We cannot predict the future, but we can shape it. Join us. Find out more by visiting our website at btcv.com.